Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you tuning on in. You know I do. I thank you so much for watching as we just turn our way through this off season. We're motoring. And we think about a lot of things as we come up to the upcoming NFL season. You know, what identity this team will take, because football, as much as any sport, it is a change over to the next year. Even if you're returning so many stars and so many guys on both sides of the ball and coaching and all that, it's still got to be kind of built all anew, refreshed. And so you are going to see something that may have similarities to last year, but you know, what is this year going to bring about? Can they become the greatness again? And so in the thought process of this and what that would take, and the overcoming, of course, of the tough division that we have to, and the Rams as they stand in our way, Niners as well, is that I thought, well, you know, we do have a little bit of a baseline here in NFL history where teams have repeated before. It's happened 9 times, in fact, in NFL history, where a team's been able to repeat. And that's, you know, still relatively sample size, but it's happened enough more than just a handful of times to maybe perhaps, I thought, give us a little bit of a baseline of something that was similar between those champions. You know, is there some connective tissue that exists between these teams that's similar, that despite the decades of difference that might occur, and that's kind of happened in all sorts of separate different decades, that there might be something that's kind of similar about these teams? And then does Seattle share that same DNA? Have they built up those same kind of things to be able to bring greatness back to be again? So let's get into this, because I think it's a fun discussion. And I think it was kind of fun research to kind of go into this and see if I could find any commonalities. And what I was able to find was about 8 different items. We've had 9 teams that have repeated NFL history. Bump, bump. I got about 8 items I've been able to really hone in on as far as commonalities between those teams and stuff that stood out. So we look at the teams that in NFL history that have been Super Bowl champions back to back. And we've got the Green Bay Packers, 66-67, the Dolphins, 72-73, the Steelers in their 74-75. We got Bill Walsh, 88-89. We got the Cowboys in there, the Broncos in there with Shanahan, Belichick, and then, of course, Andy Reid. And so there's definitely some things here that stood out that are very straightforward, that are, you know, kind of easy peasy about this. Number one, you got to have a legendary head coach. Stands out here, whether it's Lombardi or Shula or Knoll or Walsh or Jimmy Johnson, Shanahan, Belichick, Andy Reid. If you're making a top 10 all-time head coaches in the NFL history, you might have all these guys on that list. So you got to have a legendary head coach. And what's interesting about this is that, yeah, well, we kind of do have a guy in Mike Macdonald that indeed, you know, has been able to kind of already show the signs of maybe being that type of guy. And let me show you what I mean by that, as I should have had this one prepped up before the show, but did not get it prepped up. So you look at this with the all-time winning percentage. Now, this is just all-time regular season winning percentage, because after all, if we include the playoffs, then Mike Macdonald would be number 1. But we're not doing that. No cherry picking here. Now, admittedly, I know people, sample size, man. Understood. Sample size. Gotcha. Makes a lot of sense. But let's just take this for where it's at as far as what he's shown the signs of out the gate. 10-7 first season, just inheriting the roster as he did. 14-3 into year 2. 24-10, which is a 706 winning percentage, which puts him right now, albeit again sample size, and if you want to just include that, that's fine, but just for this exercise, let's include it. You got him at 4th all time, behind Guy Chamberlain, John Madden, Vince Lombardi, and then you've got Mike Macdonald in there at 4. So is he a legendary coach? I don't know, is the answer on that. We'll be finding out. But the one thing I think we can say at this point is that he's not been proven to not be a legendary coach. This is a TBD situation, but certainly when you have a guy that has this much success this early in his career and his first time as being a head coach, I don't think it's a harbinger of darkness coming in, that the guy's going to suddenly fall off the end of the earth in that way. So Seattle would seem to have this one, if not circled, you've got it lightly with some pencil, at least lightly circled as far as something that you're hitting the mark on. Second thing that stood out to this was a Hall of Fame quarterback. And so every one of these stops, be it Lombardi with Starr, Shula, Brian Griese, Chuck Noll, Terry Bradshaw, Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman, Mike Shanahan, got John Elway at the end of his career, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. One and all, Hall of Famers, undoubted. And much like the coaching list that I was talking about here, guys that if you're stacking up an all-time top 10 list of the best quarterbacks ever to play the sport and position, you'd probably have many of those guys in up on that list. Probably not Brian Griese, which is one that does stand out on this list as a guy that, those old quarterbacks would get in the Hall of Fame sometimes without necessarily a ton of production. To put this in perspective, Sam Darnold right now, if he were to throw for like a 4,500 yard year, would catch Brian Griese's all-time passing yardage mark this season. Just to kind of show you, like, when we call Brian Griese a Hall of Famer, let's throw quotations up on that one, maybe just a little bit. But everybody else fully legit as to earning their way there. And that is one where you do go a little even more than less than the certainty I think you'd have with the coaching. Ask a question on this, which is Sam going to be a Hall of Famer? Well, he's got a long road to get that pulled off. But is he playing like a guy that certainly is capable, beyond what Brian Griese was doing for that Dolphins team that was very run-centric at that time? Certainly so. Certainly so. I will say, too, when you tried to go and find a commonality between offense and defensive background, like, well, does that make a defense? Is that a commonality to these teams that go back-to-back? I.e., an offensive coach can adjust year in and year out and, find something extra as far as a gear, or defensively likewise. But instead, as you can see, it's kind of offense, defense, defense, offense, defense, offense, defense, offense. So it's pretty much almost a pure mixture here of the back-to-back Super Bowl winners. There's not as much real commonality as far as there being one side of the ball or the other that, gets it done there in that way. But you got to be a legendary head coach. You got to have a Hall of Fame quarterback. These are two things that have been absolutely center to all of these teams. I think the other thing that stands out as you look at these teams is offensive distribution. These were teams that were in different eras. A Green Bay team is going to be much more run-centric than a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, for instance. That's no doubt about that. But you also have to understand that that's an offense, even in Green Bay, that had at that time not just one running back, but multiple running backs that they utilized, even in being so run-centric, and that they were still a team that was willing to even pass at that time when passing was not necessarily what it became into the 80s. Don Shula, likewise, a little bit similarly to Lombardi's Packers, had multiple running backs. I think they had like 3 running backs at that time when they won that Super Bowl, and they could kind of use some different methods to get after you a little bit. Definitely a little run-centric at that time. And again, that's a little bit of how the game was played a little bit as it started to kind of carry over, even into the 70s, where now when you get to the Steelers, diversified offense, an offense that where you've got, Lynn Swann, and I'm spacing out the other guy on the other side, but they had 2 legitimate wide receivers on the outside that were really dangerous. Then you had Franco Harris, of course, as your running back, and a really nice running system. And then Bradshaw with his arm being fully capable. So it was an offense that wasn't just centric on, we got to run, we got to run, we got to run. We can hit you in other ways. We can counterbalance that. And the Green Bay Packers, similarly to me, similarly the Dolphins and the Packers, when you consider the eras they played in. So a little bit, you have to look at it through a little bit of a different lens when you're looking at 60s and early 70s football. When it goes to, of course, Bill Walsh, this just continues to expand with time. Walsh has got Roger Craig and Rathman and Jerry Rice, and you got to John Taylor over on the other side of the counterpunch to Rice, and Brent Jones there at the tight end position, who was fully capable as well. Just a very heavy mixture of dispersing the ball all over the place. You'd have a game with the Joe Montana, and they'd say, okay, well, he completed 20 passes to 7 different wide receivers, 7 different pass catchers, and it just showed that they weren't trying to hammer one part of their offense over and over again, but find distribution in a couple of different places to keep the defenses off guard. This really does stand out as you kind of go through this. Jimmy Johnson with the Cowboys. Yes, they had the triplets there with Michael Irvin and Emmett and Troy, but you also had Alvin Harper in there for a while, serving as their version of John Taylor. You have Novacek there as a longtime tight end who was fantastic. Moose Johnston as a really top-end fullback at a time when I-formation looks were heavily used and were really rolling at the forefront there, and they used him in that way. Yeah, he was a blocker mainly, but they would still find ways to counter that stuff. So a little bit of a distribution of offense here in the manner by which you got to go. Shanahan, Broncos, they had Elway, didn't abuse and overuse Elway at that point like the prior Bronco teams had that had even gotten to Super Bowls where it was just riding on his wings. By that point in time, they were starting to go, okay, it's going to be a little bit more Terrell Davis, but we got Shannon Sharp. We got Rod Smith. We got Ed McCaffrey. We got guys that are true guys that we can distribute the ball to over the course of the game, never allowing the defense to key in on just one spot or two spots on what we're doing offensively speaking. Bill Belichick with the Patriots offense, early offense, by the way. We're not looking at the times of when this would be, the later Patriot teams or whatnot. We're talking about right through those first two back-to-back year runs through 03 and 04. This was a big thing with him was distribution at that time. It wasn't even about having the number one wide receiver. It was just about maximum distribution, utilizing backs out of the backfield, having a couple of different running backs. Dillon came in the second year in 2004 and became more of the bell cow, but even him, they had a counterbalance to that, and they had a bunch of receivers that they were throwing to at that time. It was kind of, they were kind of famous for that, having kind of these like no-name receivers at that point in time that they were kind of able to just kind of mix it all over the place, but you never could really concentrate on anything. The Kansas City Chiefs, likewise, they've had plenty of playmakers in 22 and 23 that came through there. That was really good. Of course, Kelsey and I think Tyreek was still there at the time. So we had Tyreek Hill still enrolling what he was doing, I believe. And he might have been gone by 23. I can't remember on that one. But obviously, Andy Reid comes from the Bill Walsh cloth of things, the Mike Holmgren tree of things, which is about, again, distribution within the West Coast offense. So I bring all of this up because it draws the similar line as we try to connect it to Seattle and what Seattle does. Because let's look at the Seattle offense. Yes, we want to run the ball, and we run the ball at the highest rate. But then the counterbalance to running the ball at one of the highest rates of the NFL is not merely now we're just gonna sit here and just do nothing but just pump it to Jackson. Yes, Jackson had a huge target share, but he was efficient in that target share. You weren't throwing the ball to him and you come away with like a 50% catch rate on the NFL on the season. You're actually really efficient in how you're utilizing him. And there was plenty of points last year where when defenses started to shift the double teams Jackson way, because it didn't start out that way. It started out with them just giving him kind of single coverage opportunities. And then they went, holy hell, this guy's a problem. Let's start shifting the coverage. And now you got guys like Cooper Kupp in there and AJ Barner and here's Rashid Shaheed and Torrey Horton's getting going. And you've got a couple other backs like Charbonnet in the mixture on this as well. Walker, your distribution offense. You're not really going to be a focal point offense. In what Jackson did last year in leading the league in receiving yards, he was the most efficient receiver in modern NFL history at leading the league in receiving yards with the target rate of the offense, with the passing, how infrequently the offense essentially tried to pass. So it was just as much that you maximized him efficiently to the utmost. It wasn't as much as you're just hitting the Jackson button time and time again. And the second that the defense has drifted, this is the key. The second the defenses start to drift to take him away, you've got the counter punches on deck to be able to then take advantage of that and make them pay. Think to the conference championship game early in the game. You've got Rashid Shaheed over with press coverage. You've got the two safety look. One safety bails over into Jackson's side post snap, who's on the other side of the field. The other safety comes down into the box. Now you've got your speedster with one-on-one opportunities on the outside, and he smokes him right on up, easy peasy. And this is similar to what these teams were able to do from an offensive distribution standpoint, in that, okay, you're going to take away the thing that we do most strongest. Well, we do have the counterpunch now to where you're leaving yourself naked here on the other end. And now we can kind of expose you on that. And that is another part that I think Seattle has. Definitely legendary coach, definitely the distribution. We'll see, Hall of Fame if Sam's finding that end of, that sort of second wave of the career where he really kind of resonates and becomes that guy. We'll see on that part of it. But you do have this distribution of focal point offenses. I think there has been some Super Bowl teams that have been able to get by with not necessarily having it being a distribution, that they're more centered on just, this is the guy kind of making this run and we're going to live and die with him, or this quarterback's live and die with him. I think that with Andy Reid, that's a little bit of what they do with Mahomes at times that kind of toes that line, but still he comes from the West Coast offense, still a guy that will always come back around to, trying to keep the defense from being able to just, take away the thing they want to do and be like, all right, we'll take what you'll give us. Quite literally what it kind of comes down to on that. A young roster is also something that tends to be very important to these teams as I look through and try to take a note of where they were at and what they had done. So Green Bay Packers average age in 1966 was 27.6 years old. Dolphins 26 and a half. Steelers was 25 and 0.3, 27.3 years old in 1988 for the 49ers, 26 for the Cowboys. Broncos up there at 29 years average age in 1997, heavily pushed up in particular by two guys, John Elway and Atwater on that roster. That offensive line was pretty old at that time too. You also have the Patriots 27 and a half years old, and then the Kansas City Chiefs in 2022 were 26 years old. So Seattle at 26.1 years old is almost a year younger than the average age of these Super Bowl rosters that went back to back. So not older rosters, number one, as a commonality. We don't see that these are rosters that were maybe aside from if you want to point to like Denver, but by the mean, let's call it, basically rosters that are, very young in their age and how they're set up, which is a big part, as I've mentioned time and time again, and how you've got to, have this situated to be ready to go so that you have a team that continues to develop. You're going to lose free agent losses like we did this offseason, but can you overcome that in part because your young roster is just going to naturally get better? It's the part that you sort of wonder about. And remembering, guys, when you go back to the Seattle Seahawks team last year and look at the weighted age there of the roster and look at who had the oldest roster, who had the youngest roster, Washington Commanders at 28 years of age and the Steelers at 28 years of age and the Vikings at 28 years of age. And you got the Hawks up there, top three, 26.56 was the average age. I know that the thing here says 26.1. It's just kind of depending on what time of the year you're measuring this, beginning of the season, end of the season. It's a little different on that. But the bottom line on this is that Seattle had a very young roster, won the Super Bowl, and young rosters that have gone, and other Super Bowl winning rosters that have gone back to back have tended to have young rosters, young Super Bowl rosters. Commitment to running the football is another vital part that I would point to on all of these teams, with maybe the exception of one. And giving this a little bit of a thought on the one, I think we've got to kind of understand what was going on in the sport at the time for why this wasn't as much of the commitment there to doing this. But when you look at these teams and the pass to run rate of these teams through their time period here, you had the Packers with a pass rate of 46%, a run rate of 54%, goes to show you what kind of how the game was played. And then the Dolphins even more extreme at that time with the 39% pass rate, 61% run rate. You can continue to understand here why maybe the Brian Griese Hall of Fame thing. Look, you win a couple Super Bowls, I get it, but right. Then you got the Noel Steelers with a 41% pass rate, a 59% run rate. So all these teams, this is old school football. This is how they rolled it. Things start to shift around into the 80s with Walsh. He leads with the pass first, the pass to set up the run. That's the concept at times behind the West Coast offense. Depends on who runs it, but that's how Bill ran it. That's how Holmgren's run it. That's how Andy Reid's run it. And so 54% passing rate, 46% run rate. Then you go back over here to Jimmy Johnson, who's at a 52% run rate with Emmitt Smith and a 48% run rate. So a little bit old school approach here from Jimmy with his defensive background. Isn't that weird how that's always aligned? Isn't that strange? And that's always connected. Those defensive minded head coaches and that pass to run rate. But then we even got Mike Shanahan getting on the act here, because him in 97 had a pass rate of 49% to 51%. The Broncos were up in a lot of those games. And they had Terrell Davis out there run the rocks. And so 51% run rate. And then you've got almost 51% pass to 49% run rate for the Patriots in the 2003 season. And then the 2022 season where it just goes ridiculous with these Chiefs with a 58% pass rate and a 42% run rate. So first off on the Chiefs thing, I think the understand is that football in the 2000 teens and the pass rate and the spread concept stuff, it was rising like a mountain. So the usage and how much teams were leaning into it, and 12, what was it, 11 personnel, and trying to get 4 wide receiver sets out there on the football field. You just saw a spike continue to go up through the teens, because what was happening was you were able to get the college quarterbacks quicker onto the football field by bringing on spread concepts. Spreads concepts are all over the place in football because of the wider hash marks. So this was lending itself really, really well. And this was at the apex of this trend. So you kind of started in 12-13 with sort of Robert Griffith coming onto the scene out of Baylor with Washington, and it sort of got to this point. And then the cover 2 shell, Vic Fangio, everything proliferating in that direction kind of shot this down really quickly after this point. In fact, it was kind of getting to this point already a commonality with what was going on a little bit, but that drove essentially the nail through the coffin on this. And so we're not in that era anymore right now. And so the representation of this is going to be much more akin to what we're seeing on the earlier data here with these other teams that have won the way they have, on the back of being very run heavy or very balanced. And so I would not look at the Chiefs as one that's like, this is a current rule of thumb right now. Take a look around the league right now at the amount of teams that are going back around to 21 personnel, at the number of teams that are in 12 and 13 personnel. The Rams seem to be like almost indicating here that they're going to be just about trying to live life their whole way that way. And so the teams are going more back to the old styles, the bigger, heavier fronts, which is going to more lend itself well to running the ball. And I bring all of this up because this is, of course, what the Seattle Seahawks do. They were 29th last year in passing attempts. And so when you talk about this team being balanced and having a commitment to being balanced offensively, which is a commonality we see in of these 9 that repeated, 8 of the 9 were balanced. 8 of the 9. Even in those guys that were offensive driven here. And a guy like Mike Shanahan with an offensive background, with the West Coast background, even he was a guy that was going to stay committed to running the ball. Jimmy Johnson, in the midst of this era, as everything's transitioning into passing with Bill Walsh and all of his prodigies that are going across the league and the run and shoot at the time, well, we're going to double back down into run the ball. This has always worked. This has worked in a lot of different areas, and this is going to continue to work. So another item that the Seattle Seahawks have as something in their back pocket here that's a commonality to what we've seen from other Super Bowl teams that went back to back that does stand out to me, which is the balance of a rushing attack and commitment in that way. Now, we get to the point on this with the Hall of Fame angle of this, which is kind of interesting, because a question that I had on this one was, do you need Hall of Famers? Do you need Hall of Famers on both sides of the ball? Do you need Hall of Famers on just one side of the ball, and then you get by okay with the other side of the ball? Is there a common threshold on that one? And so when we go through and look at this to see, now again, these are the players that would have been on the rosters in the time that's in the year 1 and 2 of the championship. So there's a Cowboy guard. I'm forgetting what his name is right now. Somebody in the chat will help me out, but you're not seeing him listed here because he didn't come on there until after it was 94 and on. And so these are just in those first 2 years, those guys you had on that roster, remembering that when it goes to these Hall of Famers. So if you're not seeing a Hall of Famers, like, did Hall of Famer there later? No, but that was after these 2 years. We're concentrating on just this time period. That's where we want to look at, just like we'd look at our own team. So total Hall of Famers, the Packers had 12, Dolphins 6, Steelers had 11, the 49ers had 7, Cowboys with 5, Broncos with 5, the Patriots with 3, and the Chiefs with, of course, 3, but they're going to have maybe more on that when it's all said and done. We'll see with that. You've got 3 surefire, no doubt about it, guys. You had Mahomes, Kelsey, and Jones, but we'll see on the rest with that. We see with the Packers, they won a lot of championships, so not surprising. Both sides of the ball saw a lot of representation in the Hall of Fame. You then look at the Dolphins with their no-name defense. Only Nick Bonacani was the only guy that got in there. They had a lot of offensive guys, though. Zonka, Warfield, Greasy, Langer. And then you go over to the Steelers, kind of similar balance to what we saw from the Packers there, a little more defensive heavy, but there is a balance nonetheless. 49er team offensively driven. No surprise you had mostly offensive guys, but running a lot. Charles Haley were on that defense, which was interesting. The Cowboys have only Charles Haley, who came over to the Cowboys, of course, after that point as the only Hall of Famer there. And then Aikman, Smith, Irvin, Eric Williams on the other side of it. You could say Darren Woodson maybe one day get in there. We'll see with, he's a guy that's like right on the line there for the Cowboys defensively speaking. And then the Broncos, 4 offensive guys got in. Steve Atwater, no shocker there. And then the Patriots had a little bit more of the defenders there than offense. As we can see, that's kind of a rarity on this one, is where you are seeing as the commonality here that there's some balance on a couple of the teams, but there tends to be more of the offensive-driven Hall of Famers than there is the defensive-driven Hall of Famers. Now, as far as Seattle stands right now, do you have anybody on this roster that's to a Chris Jones level of certainty as far as Hall of Fame status goes right now? No, you don't. Do you got some possibilities though that are popping up right now that could become those type of guys here as we round through? Yeah, there definitely are. So we'll see with where Seattle could be with that. I think, Jackson certainly has a lot more work to be done with what he needs to do in his career, but that could be a guy that could be very interesting on this, side of it. Defensively speaking, I think it gets a little bit harder there. Leonard Williams would probably have to put another real top-end year, maybe even a couple of top-end years together to really kind of put that together, especially if he's championship. I think he'd have a little bit of an uphill battle to getting there, but he has stacked up a pretty long, good career at this point, so you never know. Again, you're multiple-time champion. That can sometimes push you through, in a lot of different ways. Devin Witherspoon has certainly had a great start to his career as a guy that could maybe get onto that kind of trajectory. So we shall see, with him on that. But interesting. It was just kind of interesting looking at the Hall of Famers on this, and then not a lot of commonalities to it outside of, again, you do need Hall of Famers, and then you do probably have them on more the offense than the defense by and large, but not all the time. And I think the Patriots, one standing out of this, the Patriots being one of the examples standing out on this, stands out to me because of the fact that and Harrison's not in, but Harrison will probably get on a veteran committee at some point, as this thing notes. But what does stand out to me is if you took a coach that was most like maybe, any of these coaches as far as, his approach, how he's wired, the where his expertise lies, I would think, you could probably go more closely to a Bill Belichick than anybody else when it comes to the Mike McDonald comp, if you were. And so be having a similar defense here won't make it as much, an impossibility to, making that happen. When it comes to the final point that we had on this one for me, which was this one, and I tried to find some others on this, but this was kind of just the last one that popped out for me on this, which is you got to win. It's the old Al Davis, baby. Just win, baby. You got winning percentages of 690, 857, 857, 875, 750, 875, 875, 647. So you got a lot of these real high numbers, real high winning percentage numbers, which show you what you're going to need to be at to kind of get this done. And this is their regular season records for these teams that won the championships in back-to-back seasons. What was their cumulative record? Well, their cumulative average record was about an 800 winning percentage. And so, if you're at 13 wins, for instance, you're below an 800 winning percentage. So, you've got to come out. Now, you take it through the last 2 years, though. So that'd be the little bit of, I think, the asterisk I'd give you on this is that if you're putting the 14-3 and 13-4 and taking that cumulative record, and then that would be over the 800 mark. So 13 wins would get it done, but maybe 12 won't, based off of what you see historically speaking on the requirements, winning percentage-wise through the regular season in those 2 years to get that back-to-back stapled down. That it really does take not just postseason greatness, but regular season greatness as well. The lowest record that you've got is 647, and that's the Chiefs on that last go-around that they had. So you tend to be a team that's got to go up there and every week just be winning. It's almost another bare bone requirement. Good news here, Seattle's shown the track record last year with the record-breaking 14 wins and then your collective losses by 9 points, that they're well situated to maybe, again, put together this type of season to be able to lock that down. And it certainly isn't any surprise just knowing what we've got to go through in this defense as far as... as far as like, look, it's maybe going to be the toughest division in football. Certainly maybe the toughest second team in football lies within our division. And so that in itself is all the more requirement that you're going to have to do more to get on through. I kind of lied. I got one more I had left out here, which was of these coaches. I just want to mention that the one other item that really stood out to me was innovation. And looking at these coaches and looking at these teams and what they were doing at the time, innovation was always at the forefront of what they did. They weren't just simply, carrying on what they had inherited or what they had learned on the prior. There was an instilling of my own thing here. So let me break this down. We got the Green Bay Packers and Vince Lombardi. Early forerunner of the zone blocking offense. Everything at that point had been man in front of you, block that man in front of you, block that man. Now it's a little bit more if we're going to block to a space. It's kind of it's early indoctrinations of it, right? It's them figuring the zone blocking system out. They had a concept called run to daylight. So it used to be man on man, pre-designed hole. You will go through that hole, and we are not giving you any. We're not giving you any flexibility or creativity. You are going to go through that hole whether it exists or it doesn't. That's how it's going to go. Or maybe you're allowed to move off the hole if there's absolutely somebody filling in it, but otherwise you better put your head down and go. So innovation there with what he did offensively speaking. He was more of the offensive background. A lot built upon, practice reps and discipline, fundamentals from Lombardi. I'm just, starting from the ground up as that beginning coach and doing so. You got Shula with his no-name defense, highly disciplined defense. They lived in a 4-3, but they were the unique 4-3 team that could also then be multidimensional, that they could be attacking and varied, and that they could actually confuse you. You tend to have a 4-3 defense, and it tends to be one that's very predictable, and you know what you're going to kind of get. You're not going to get a lot of blitzing, and you're not going to get a lot of flavor and a lot of flourish, but if they've got a badass front four, they can get the job done against you. Dual threat ground attack was kind of unique at that time. It was more about having your number one running back, and the Dolphins at that time went through kind of 3 different running backs to get done what they did, as offensively speaking, especially being such a run-heavy centric team as they were. But they weren't just finding the bell cow at that time, and it was heavily about the bell cow at that time. Chuck Null, gap strafing defense was his big unique thing that he brought over on his side of it, being, again, this is almost similar to what you got with the zone blocking the offense, where before defensively, it's go whoop your man. That guy in front of you, just go get around him. Well, with this has you now taking lateral steps post-snap. This now allows for you to start to build in some games with the defensive line post-snap and some of the innovations he's bringing, right? Offensive versatility, trap blocking. So one of the initial forerunners where they would utilize highly athletic centers. In fact, I think they've got a couple of centers in the Hall of Fame to the Steelers, almost in a back-to-back fashion there, where you would have the center snap, the guard's going to pull, the center's going to come over there and find that defensive tackle who thinks that it's Christmas. He thinks he's got a present on his front doorstep because the guy forgot to block him. But it's all a trap to set him up, to hit him with that center. One of the innovations that you had with Chuck Nolan, what he brought. So both defensively and offensively, there were some things that you were kind of bringing, into the area of things I'd offer to the Steelers, the deep passing attack, when teams would come up to try to stop the run, and the way that they could punish you with those one-on-one opportunities on the outside with the 2 wide receivers that they had that were legitimate. Bill Walsh, godfather of the West Coast offense. Need I say more? Jimmy Johnson, creator of the draft value chart, the triplets offensive scheme, and how that was meant to utilize and get essentially Michael Irvin into those one-on-one opportunities. In a similar way, the Steelers set up those deep passing attacks for the Cowboys. It was, we're going to run with Emmett. Once they get up there and they dial up too much of the pressure up around Emmett, or the attention to deal with Emmett, then we're going to get the one-on-ones for Michael, and Michael can win on one-on-one opportunities all game long whenever we want him to. And that would be as simply as it needed to be at times for them offensively, but it absolutely worked. The draft value chart, of course, was part of what helped them land one of the greatest, if not the greatest hauls ever in the Herschel Walker trade. And much like what Seattle did with the Russell Wilson trade, that was the thing that really then gave them the rocket fuel towards the dynasty that they became. Michael Shanahan. If you've got Bill Walsh as the godfather of the West Coast offense, then Mike Shanahan is the godfather of the outside zone West Coast offense. A lot of principles of West Coast in here, but the outside zone, the utilization to get back into running the ball a little bit more at the forefront conceptually as far as just your philosophy goes, stood out in how Mike tended to run it. It's the cool part about this West Coast offense is everybody's got their own little way that they want to do how they want to do it, including Andy Reid. We'll talk about in a second on this. But it stood out with him is that he really utilized the zone system in the outside zone. Not all West Coast offense was zone-based at that time. Mike Holmgren liked using a lot of gap stuff, man-on-man stuff, not as much of the zone. So him really implementing the zone was his own unique kind of brand that he established to it, along with the Alex Gibbs addition, which was lighter offensive linemen, sub 300-pound guys that could move really well in space, that could pull, that could get out in front. This was a thing at the time where all offensive linemen were going heavier. All offensive linemen were getting fatter. And instead at that time, they said, no, we're going to go lighter with these guys. And it really paid off for them. And they were a problem. It cannot be undersold how much of a problem in the late 90s that rushing attack was. You got Bill Belichick, defensive genius. I don't think that this needs to be debated or argued. It is what it is. Guy that went through his time as a head coach. And I would say even beyond being a defensive genius, a head coach in his innovation, always willing to move, always willing to evolve, always willing to adjust and develop, always willing to work with what personnel he has rather than the personnel he wants. Who do I have? What can they do? If the best stuff I've got in-house is to run a 4-3 defense this year, then I'm going to run a 4-3 defense. If the best stuff I got in-house is to run a 3-4 defense right now, then I'm going to run a 3-4 defense. If I've got an attacking group that's great at blitzing, I'm going to blitz this year. And if I don't, then I'm not going to blitz a lot this year. Likewise, offensively, they start out in this 03-04 time period with Belichick and company, and they're very much built like how we're built in our structure of our team. We're going to run the ball, commitment to running the ball. We're going to play great defense, and we're going to play great special teams. That was their formula. And it was a formula that worked so well for them and got them on their early dynasty. But then Bill did not just stay stagnant and say, I'm going to just not, that's all, that's it. I'm done. I don't need to do anything else. He continued to move the ball forward. He checked with Chip Kelly out there at Oregon, learned the spread concepts that he knew was coming, that I just talked about, that he knew was coming. At that time, we're talking the late 2010-ish, early 2010s, right? Just before that, about Robert Griffith period where it really took off. And he started to implement that stuff. And it gave them another gear in that dynasty. And he did so in kind of leading into Tom Brady's skill, but it shows his level of innovation. Likewise, Andy Reid, again, offensive genius, a lot of ways, somewhat of the equivalency to Bill Belichick on the offensive side of the ball. A guy that's the system has developed over time, a guy that will utilize the type of quarterback he has for what that quarterback does best. A guy that does tend to find some counterbalance in his offense, a guy that tends to pay attention to his defense and like to have a dynamic element on his defense. Like he's not just having a defense that's going to be just, bend but don't break and just hold on for dear life. He certainly has been open-minded through his time in multiple different stops as far as bringing guys in that were legitimate and trying to turn that side of the ball into, a difference-making element to it. But offensively, he is not confined into just some West Coast offense guys are very much just, they're in kind of the box and how they do it and how they run it. I think, no disrespect to Gruden, but I think Gruden was kind of just, a pure West Coast acolyte in many ways, whereas Reed's been a guy that's really felt like he has expanded, like understanding, okay, they're taking this away. How can I adjust off of that? They're taking away concepts they know are tried and true and have been around for decades. How can I find that balance to the other side of it? But you need the innovation factor of it. And we come back over to Mike as far as now the comparison and whether or not you have it. And my answer on that is I think we can say firmly, yes, you do. So first off, you have in Mike the guy that's taken Vic Fangio's cover 2 shell and pushed that ball forward. The things that Vic Fangio's done and is very successful with and can still be a very good defense with, I think he's taken it above what Fangio's done. I think a lot of what Fangio does with it is it's the confusion of the secondary, and I'm not as really interested or worried about what the linebackers or the front four's doing. I'm going to end up, by and large, with lighter boxes. I'm going to end up with my front four getting the pressure, or hopefully getting the pressure. And Vic kind of operates really within that mainstay of how he wants to operate, which is fine, again, can be successful in its own right. Mike is a little more dynamic, where to me, he goes even farther on the coverage side, where I'm not just simply going to flip the coverages post-snap. The Hawks in particular run it to where they're going to wait even a little bit of an extra beat. Multiple quarterbacks, including Kirk Cousins, talked about this offseason, that what they do in the flipping of coverages is that every defense flips coverages. Almost every defense does. Well, not every defense. Many defenses do. And every defense can flip a coverage. So I'm in cover 3. I'm in a single high as a safety. And my other guy's in the box. And now post-snap, we're going to rotate to cover 2. where we're shoulder to shoulder and each of us have half a field to cover up. And he's going to run his happy ass out to me, and I'm going to go out to the side of the field post snap, and we got to run like mad post snap to get to that spot. What Mike does, though, is rather than say run like mad post snap, he goes, give it a minute. Just give it a second here. And he'll hold it for a second. And so the quarterback, as Kirk Cousins noted, goes, oh, it's cover 3. It's cover 3. They're not rotating. And now the rotation comes. And Mike's hoping a lot of times that rotation is coming while you're in the midst of passing. But then he pairs this up with what he does with his front 7. Because now you have the intermixture of the linebackers and like the slot corner, and the slot corner can become the linebackers, and guys like Drake Thomas can become your slot post snap. He does it with his front 4, with the simulated pressures, the stack fronts. Still, again, by and large, living in the front 4 like Fangio does, but having much more of a commitment level to really making it hard on the offenses to read pre to post snap what's going on up front, to trying to get them into protection calls and changes that you can then take advantage of. I think this stuff isn't as much at the forefront of Fangio's defense. So it's not just merely he's being innovative. It's on all 3 levels of his defense, all interlaced and working together. And part of why you think it's going to be a sustainable thing with Mike, as far as people go, how they're going to solve them here. Well, it gets harder to solve when it's just not simplistic to one item that you're really taking advantage of, but that you're really trying to intermarry all 3 levels, and confusion, disguise, cloak and dagger at the heart of what you're trying to do. I think as well, what was cool about what we saw last year is that a willingness to as well be innovative on the offensive side of the ball. Clint Kubiak came in here with his 2 slot wide receivers and with his good tight ends and said, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to live in a lot of 12 personnel, and then we're going to live in stack bot. We're going to live with condensed splits. And this was something that you were not seeing run in the league at the level that Seattle was running it last year. And it caught so many teams off guard. It's why you were so good at your yard per attempt with Sam Darnold through that early part of the year, and turnovers or not. You know, he was averaging, I think, like 10 yards an attempt through like the first half of the season, because of the fact that teams were doing 2 different things. They saw the condensed fronts and they said, they're just going to live in condensed. And they went, okay, we're going to do that then is that we're going to run a lot of press. We're going to run stack boxes. We're going to run blitzes on the back of those stack boxes. And what you end up giving, of course, is then Jackson Smith and Jigba a bunch of one-on-one opportunities on the outside to go out there and flourish. And Sam Darnold a lot of field to throw to a spot, and knowing Jackson was going to go get open. Teams eventually adjusted, right? But it caught teams off guard, and I don't think that they still have an answer for what to do. If we stay back in the cover 2 shell and we let you go down to the condensed boxes, especially if you put 2 tight ends to one side of the field, we've got a numbers game problem. We got a bad numbers game problem. And now you're also probably going to force us to have to go into base defense 3-4. That'll probably have to be our counter to it. And now we can have a little more flexibility with our safeties. But unfortunately now we have one less cornerback on the field to deal with you in the passing game. And so there is some innovation going on here offensively, even in the boring, super hypercentric running approach that they take. There is innovation, and one that teams are still struggling with, and is helping to make their passing attack really, really efficient. Really efficient. So bottom line on this one, with the final point of this being innovation with Mike Macdonald, the answer is hell to the yes, he does. And yes, he understands that this has got to be a part of what he brings. Full stop here. So the items you got: legendary head coach. Got the makings of, not determined yet, but you got the makings of Hall of Fame quarterback. It's going to take a lot of work to get there, but the way Sam's playing right now, if he played like he's playing right now through a whole career, for a 15-year career, especially puts up a couple of Super Bowl championships up, certainly he could get to that spot of things, but there's a lot of work to be done there, right? This is probably the most shakiest one of the bunch. Offenses of distribution rather than focal points. You have that. You certainly are that. Jackson Smith, Rashid Shaheed, Cooper Kupp, multiple running backs, 4 tight ends, Robbie Oots. Yeah, you got an offensive distribution. Innovation at the forefront. Just made the point just a second ago how that was. Yes, you do. Young roster. You're a year younger than the average age of the rosters of those Super Bowl teams that won back-to-back. Yes, you do have a young roster that's equivalent. Commitment to running the football is mostly vital. Exception of maybe the Chiefs are the only team up there that we could have presented that wasn't going to be vital that they run the ball. And yeah, the answer is you absolutely do run the ball. 29th in passing attempts. Yeah, you run the ball. You absolutely run the ball. Can get it done with just one Hall of Famer on defense or many? I think that was something that stood out. Having Hall of Famers is kind of a requirement. This is another one that's going to be a TBD. We won't now, especially this young roster as it is, until a lot of these guys are retired. It's getting harder to get in the Hall of Fame, but you got the guys who got the talent to do it. And if they can, stamp out a great career, finish off what's been a great career, then they could maybe put themselves over the top. And then the final point, of course, just win, baby. 800 winning percentage. That is what these teams have averaged in those 2 years in the regular season, is an 800 winning percentage, which if you go 13 wins this year, yes, your collective over the last 2 years would put you over 800 winning percentage. I do believe, though, if you're at only 12 wins, that would put you just below. Those were the items that I saw and found and located here on this one. Love to hear from you guys. If you think there was one maybe that I might have missed that stood out to you guys as one that is one of the things that was really vital to the success of these teams that stood out. But these were the items that were there for me. I couldn't as much go to just purely, well, we got an owner that's willing to spend. You got a couple owners in there, your DeBartolos and Jerry Jones at that time, certainly willing to outspend others in that way. But I don't know if that's what you would have said at the time about a Green Bay team necessarily or a Dolphin team necessarily. So there's a lot of things where I try to look for some connectivity that just didn't quite exist. And so you had to get down to more of the other stuff to it. But interesting, I think that they do share a lot of the similarities to these past teams in a lot of different ways. And as I've said many times over, I think the Seattle Seahawks team has as good a chance as any team in probably the last 15 to 20 years of NFL of going back and getting this done. They're so well situated. They've got the right mentality. What's really stood out, I think, here as we go through this part of the off season where this stuff would start to come up, bumps in the road, guys off the field, egos rising. It's the ego rising. I get credit. I'm not getting enough credit. I was the reason that we got where we got last year. It was really me that was the driving force, and I'm not getting that respect. Where's my respect? I'm not getting my respect. I need my love. I need my love. I'm not getting my love for what I did last year. It was about me. It's about what I did. I carried us to there. I took us to, it's a little bit of that starts to come up. And you might go, well, they just won one Super Bowl. Why would that do? Go watch some of the Bears documentaries in the 85 Bears. Their one championship, a team that looked destined to win multiple, a team that looked destined to just be at the beginning stages of going on a run. And it all fell apart in ego. And the way you could feel that ego bubbling out of them, it wasn't simply that it was kind of one guy here. It was one guy here. It was like every positional group on the roster had a guy or guys that was, part of that, where's my credit? Am I getting my, am I getting my, and this team doesn't have that. They just seem like hard hat guys that are coming in who love playing football, but also understand the level of work and the commitment level this takes, and that it's about us collectively, and it ain't just about me individually. And it's really cool to see. It just makes it all the much easier to root for this team when these guys have, accepted, really owned this model of thinking and thought. I'd love to hear from you guys, though. Let me know what you guys think on that. Megan says, can you define snap weight as written on the graph? Snap weighted would be just... Though, let me get this thing off here real quick. Snap weighted would mean just what the guys actually played. So you have your roster, and that's the difference between this one here, which I think is just presenting what the average roster age would have been like if you take it off of just week one. And here's your average age of roster versus, okay, who actually played on the football field and what was the average age of those guys that actually played snaps on the field itself. So weighted actually takes in not just the theoretical guys that were on the roster, but actually the guys who played itself, as I understand it. If you guys can for me, please hit the like button. I got a couple donations here in the hopper. Let's get over to you guys over those in just right quick in a second. If I can for me real quick, I would like to thank the sponsor of the show, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the #1 sports app running in the game today. And I tell you what, they got so many different options and selections to pick through. You can get lost in there with all the options and picks to go through. But right now you've got, of course, baseball full swing. Mariners trying to find their way. They're getting it's getting close. It feels like can't crack through. Injuries all over the place a little bit. It's been a tough one for them to kind of find their way, but that always feels like they need to kind of like work their way out through May and June, doesn't it? So they get hot though July. That's when we know they kick into place. They're going to get going. Julio's bat starts to heat up. But do please take advantage today of my code HMA. And when you do a $5 lineup, you can do a $50 lineup here for this baseball rolling right now. You can get into a daily fantasy, weekly fantasy. Well, maybe you want to just get into seasonal picks. As I've been presenting here, we've got Jackson Smith over 1324 on receiving yards for the season. And I've also got Jacoby Myers over 750 receiving yards for the season. as I think he's going to be the number one target out there for our guy Lawrence next year, even though I think they're going to still utilize Thomas and that he'll still be a part. But I think that he just has a little bit more trust there with Jacoby and what he's going to bring in there. So take advantage of those picks. Take advantage of Prize Picks today. Again, HMA is the code. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. And yes, I do know in the state of Washington there are some limitations in still being able to use the app. But if you are in a casino, you can use the app on the casino's network in full. And we've got plenty of those. Thank you for you guys watching today here in the chat. If you can, for me again, do please hit that like button. I know I ask it a lot, but it's a big deal. Helps this channel out, helps us grow, helps us show. So hit that like button if you could for me. And Thomas, so kind as ever over here, starting us off with a very nice $5 donation. Thank you for that, Thomas. Based off the way McDonald talks, he talks like one of the greatest head coaches. He elevates talent, which he does. So I believe he will win multiple Super Bowls. Yeah, he gets a lot of things that I don't know if he's just a wise old soul. I don't know if it's the influence of some of the elder coaches that he's had around him, the Harbaugh brothers, Leslie Frazier. You know, it's so unique in that he's such a young guy to pick up this much wisdom. And by this much wisdom, I would say he's part of that crew of lack of ego. There seems to be no ego bubbling up out of Mike. It doesn't seem to be how he's rolling in the least. And that he has an understanding, it would seem, of his people management and getting these guys connected and getting them bought in, which is, as we talked about through the end of the Carroll era, and we couldn't believe it in so many ways. And I think that it was validly frustrating from a Carroll perspective of things, of that I'm doing things I've done in the past that have gotten teams ultimately motivated, that have not led me through the ringer of searching for answers, that I have been able to hit these marks and these marks have landed and that players resonate with those marks and that I get the best of them because of it. But with Mike, he's been able to like overcome that major hurdle with just some ease. And is it he's a younger guy and more, I don't know if it's just as purely that. I don't think I'd pass it off as just purely that. I think it's his understanding of this complexity that allows him to really kind of know the right way to navigate it. But it is hard. You got locker room, so many personalities and strong personalities and alphas and guys trying to get their bag and all of that. But he's gotten the buy-in universally, and especially from the vets who know when you're lying and know when you're truth. And I think that he's just so much of the real McCoy that's part of what gets them resonating with him, is that they sense with him that there's no fakery here. There's no like, I'm going to BS you or play games. Or I think coaches do this sometimes because it's almost like they're insulting the player's intelligence. Like, I can play these like little head games and stuff like that, and you're too stupid to understand that's what I'm doing. But this is how I got to motivate you to where I want you motivated. It's like, that's kind of condescending. Why don't you just treat me like a man? And I think it's an easy trap for a lot of coaches to get into, where you just like, well, I'll just kind of start motivating him. It's like you kind of see it on a great representation of this, Thomas, would have been like the Showtime Lakers show, right? And you see the differences between Westhead and Riley. And obviously it's for dramatic effect, but it's also very much true. I was just watching the documentary a little bit last night on the Celtics-Lakers rivalry. And it was very much true where, Westhead would start playing some of these games that were kind of weak and soft and, a little bit around the bush on stuff rather than going right at it. And Riley was a little bit more right at it. And Riley was the better coach because of it. And I think that that's something that in any sport's true, So I agree with you, man. And I think he's got the goods to do it. And I think it's a very unique mindset to be able to do it, because there's so many of those psychological pulls to take you away from kind of staying on the straight and narrow of keeping these guys on track and just keeping it all about ball in so many ways. Koken, thank you for the 8 months as a Hawks Nest member, man. Appreciate you. Brando, you're the GOAT. 2 things. You and Hawk Blogger should collab after he showed your roundtable argument. 2, stream idea, film breakdown on our first 4 picks. I will try to maybe do a little bit of that. I'm as always with the stuff on, so second part first. Definitely I will try to see if I can maybe get a little bit of the film breakdown stuff done. I just haven't done that as much this year. Kind of like doing some of the stuff where you're just trying to adjust off of what you've seen with numbers in the past and what people have, most resonated with watching. and where you've actually had the traffic flow and go and what people have been kind of interested in seeing, in the past. But I will see if maybe there's something I can put together it's a good idea. I want to try to get some shows as we'll get lined up for training camp and kind of set up for, the lead into training camp to have some shows. And that'd be a good one to kind of put together. As we'll definitely be going a little bit light here through the end of June. So we'll pick it into July. We'll kind of pick things up a little bit more heartily. That's a great idea on that side of it. Likewise, I would love to work with Hawk Blogger. It's very cool that he posted the me and Jake's heated discussion over on his side of it. I do know with him, he's a real busy guy that's pulled, I think, in a lot of different directions with all he's got on his plate. And I'm not against it. I'm fully in favor of it. I think it would help all channels, everybody working together. But as well, I don't think that he has necessarily shown as much interest for wanting that in the past, Koken. So, the want's got to be more than one end on that one, if you know what I mean. It's got to be not just one side with it. But Brian does great work. He's kicking ass, taking names on since he's especially gotten the access there and maximizing that to the ultimate, which is really great to see. He's part of this crew that we have here on this hemisphere that does such great work, be it, him, Dan, Bryce, of course, Brendan out there doing what he does. We got Nord rocking it. So a bunch of different folks getting it done out there, up and comers as well. And it's so cool to see doing it the right way. Just want to put out great content for people and entertain them. And you love to see it. So definitely open to it. But again, he may have some feelings on that one, Koken. You know what I mean? With that. Which is understandable. I totally get it. You get very busy in this game. Lots of work. Oh my goodness. We got said Bryce in the house. What's up, Bryce? It's good to see you dropping a big old $40 donation. Bryce, you're being too kind lately, man, with all your support, bro. I'm putting you out of house and home here. Wife's not going to be happy with that. So, Hawks Nest has got enough money. Bryce says, hi, Brandon. What do you think will be the biggest obstacle facing the Hawks from repeating? And what do you think in the day was the obstacle in front of the 2013 when they went for their repeat? Keep up the great work. Well, Bryce, you're too kind, man. And folks, please do. Bryce, part of the Seahawks syndicate that we do every Thursday during the regular season. We'll be doing it on a weekly basis as we get into training camp in the regular season here. We're doing a little bit of a break here, but those guys were still doing something this last Thursday. So if you can for me, folks, please do. Show Bryce Coots some love out there. Sub up to him. He's going to be a big part of this channel as we go on into the future here, and he's got big things ahead of him too with his own channel. I think 2013, the biggest obstacle for 2013 from repeating became injuries, with ego being a close second. I think that the ego seed had started to germinate and had broken past the ground level of things. It hadn't sprouted into full bloom and into the problem I think it became by the time you got to 2015, 16, especially with what happened where the last play of the 2014 Super Bowl, of course, really sped that process up, where ego became the same thing that decimated that Chicago Bear 85 team became the thing that eventually kind of, in my opinion, sunk the Legion of Boom team. But that wasn't what sunk you for the 14 season there, Bryce, because if you walk into that Patriots game and you've got Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor merely healthy, right? So, okay, let's just say, okay, Kitty, what's going on? What's going on? Are we in needy mode right now? So just say you had those two guys healthy, right? Because we had Cam Taylor's MCL 2 days before the game. You had Richard with a torn ligament, Earl Thomas with a separated shoulder. Further injuries in that game where Jeremy Lane, of course, tore his ACL after intercepting Tom Brady. And, we can go down through the litany of it. So let's just say you had two of those guys healthy in that game. Do you then not give up a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter? Yeah, probably. And then you win that game. So that becomes really the most straightforward one. But I would say that was also a team that was already starting to have, I think, a little bit of the cracks there, a little bit with the ego stuff starting to jump in. It wasn't like a full-blown problem, but it was like, okay, it's getting some size to it now. For this team to repeat, the biggest obstacle in front of this team, I mean, I think it's quite literally probably the Rams in so many ways. I mean, it's health is obviously the one I could point to, that same thing that took down that 14 team. And you had a long year last year, right, Bryce? But that does feel like a lazy answer, right? So it is it's true that, yeah, injuries for a team played the extra games and had to do all that and short off season. And, you have key defensive players, especially with a little bit of age, that, that could come up and you're lay stricken to that. You lose a couple of those guys and you're in a tough spot. But I think that the real thing I come back to is I just think that you're going to be good, that the teams around the league in both conferences, and especially in the NFC conference, haven't really come forward collectively in a way to challenge or to have narrowed the gap that existed from last year. The gap that we could feel, Bryce, by the end of the year when you played the Patriots and you blew the doors. And if it had been the Broncos, you probably would have blown the doors off them. Who you want to throw out there? Maybe the Buffalo Bills might have kept it closer, but there was a difference last year between the NFC and AFC. And I just, we've talked about in the syndicate. I don't think the teams in the NFC substantially really took those steps forward, but then we know what the Rams they have. I mean, they've added 2 major additions, and you get down to the end of the season and you're healthy and they're healthy, and they're rocking and roaring and you're rocking and roaring. That's going to be that's your challenge to me. That's the biggest challenge there to me. I think that they have the other boxes checked that you'd worry about, Bryce. The ego problem I raised, I've seen no signs of that ego here in this team. I've seen nobody popping off, nobody operating weirdly or showing signs of ego running rampant. They seem committed. They seem connected. The offseason OTA voluntary participation seemed to be again through the roof this offseason. Some of the things you might look to that you might normally check to on that just don't seem to be there on the board necessarily. So I think you got to go a little bit more further down on it and say, well, it really is as simply to me as just the Rams on this one as it stands right now. I might be looking at it just too simplistically, but I just think that these teams, if they maintain their health, and again, the health's the easy one that can point to. You lose 5 starters on defense. Okay. Yeah. But that's kind of every year, right? And that's kind of the randomness of every season that every team is potentially betwixt by, is that we could all run into that wall. And that's kind of lazy analysis I don't like. But I do think the Rams have done legitimate enough stuff to where it's going to be one hell of a challenge. They're going to be great battles, hopefully all-time fights. Hopefully it's another three fights again, and it sees us raising the Lombardi in their house, Bryce. But thank you, man. Appreciate you for your big-time support, bro. Great question. Great question. The lack of ego in this team stands majorly out. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, a la Maury Povich's voice, please. The DNA results are in. John Snyder is the father. Let's go, John. You're good for good, man. I miss those old shows. Watching those guys sit there, just beads of sweat running down their brow as they're waiting on the Maury to just slowly open that manila folder. As he's giving him that look. Appreciate you, John. Thank you for the $5. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $5 as well. Hey, B, episode idea. Top 5 teams most likely to disappoint their fans and underperform in 2026. Let me write that one down. We got a whole place now where I write my show ideas down. So let me do that one. Great suggestion. I got it, brother. Great suggestion, man. I'm looking for some good suggestions because hopefully we'll do some shows. We'll do a little bit of a tiny bit of a break or kind of once a week show thing here through June, early July, and then do kind of a bunch of shows on that X-Wing as we're kind of getting up to the lead up to training camp. So great suggestion, man. I will see what I can put together on that. Nia, thank you for the $5 donation. Mike McDonald equals gridiron version of Pat Riley. Boy, he does definitely. Just guys that you can feel their intensity and how they're wired to want to win, their competitiveness. And that, and you watch the documentary, and again, it's beyond just it's documentary. And I know that the Showtime thing dramatized a lot of stuff, but it was really at the heart of what existed there, which is that you had a coach in Riley who just understood, what he needed to do to manage people and what he needed to do to, get them going in the right direction of things. And it wasn't, and Pat, not a guy that was going to try to have a lot of fluff and mess around about it. He's going to go directly at it. He was the definition of through it and not around it kind of guy. And that's how Mike's wired too. And I think the players in this day and age appreciate it. I think they appreciate it when you treat them like they have intelligence, when you're essentially not, kind of talking down to them or not operating like they can't see things very clearly when they can. But yeah, I can see it, man. The hair is going back into the side, but it's just one simple comb back, Nia. It's one little extra bit of pomade and a backward comb to the back. You know what I mean? He's this far away. That's when we know that Mike will have reached his final form. When he's got the Riley comb back cut going. That's when he's at his most ultimately dangerous. Joseph Miller, thank you for the 39 months as a Hawks Nest member. Very kind of you, brother. Hey, B, have you seen Finding Mastery with Mike McDonald? I didn't think I could have been more impressed with Mike, but I am now. I've watched a little bit of it. I've not done the full just dive in and just tear through it, but it's very interesting. It's very cool because it shows the level of depth and detail that Mike's operating off of. He's not just kind of a guy out here just kind of like, I'm going to fire from the hip, and this is just generally how I think I've got to go about my business, but there's a purposeful angle to why he goes about what he does, that there's a certainty to why he's doing things. He's not just kind of haphazardly I think there's a lot of coaches that do operate that way, where they're just like, well, I'll learn my way and I'll kind of learn the ups and downs. I feel like he's gotten after this a little bit more scientifically speaking, in that, let me go in this and see what lessons have been learned about, people and management of people and approaches and how to get people to their best and what I need to understand about that. And all of this stuff goes outside of X's and O's. It goes to how you deal with people and having the wherewithal to understand why that's so important to know and put ahead of at times X's and O's. Because how many coaches do we know, Joseph, that have been just simply concentrated on X's and O's? I don't care about people. I just like football. Can I just concentrate on that? Can I just do that? And the fact that he's beyond that and he's extended beyond that is very impressive. And again, just wows you with just how he's able to have all of this come together for him as a coach this early in his career. When I think so much of these kind of skills take at times more of you just got to go through the learning. You just got to go through the ups and downs. You got to run through the wash a few times, but not our Mike. Thank you guys. Appreciate y'all for the support. Well, Bond said you guys here in the chat, if you got a question for me or want me to respond to something, just be Hawks Nest, Brando, HN. Then I know you're wanting me to respond to it. Sometimes we got folks having inner chat, so it just helps me kind of parse through those or having discussions in the chat. Or Titan says, do you think the Seahawks will create a new fullback, halfback, quasi tight end to combat Rams getting Myles Garrett? No, because you already have that in your offense. You're running as high a rate as 12 personnel as anybody in the sport. You've got Oots out there as a fullback too to help out. So I certainly think that there's going to be a lot of chipping and helping going that direction. They did a lot of that with Jared Verse too. So it's the nice part about having an offense that does a little bit more live in more heavier based concepts is that you don't just have a bunch of receivers running routes. And so you have the big bodies up there to help out. But also means you just don't have to naturally do anything different or other Titan. You can just kind of be who you are with it. Yeah, I think the Chargers are going to be legit this year too. That was one of my losses I had on the Hawks schedule, and people were about ready to tar and feather me for it. Steelers are strange teams in this doom, perpetually mediocre, but not bad enough to get the best draft picks. It's the quintessential version of the team that's stuck in purgatory, and that it's the whole why I say it's the worst place to get in the NFL. It's not to be bad. Bad's bad. To be stuck in more purgatory is worse because it takes longer to get out of. You can get out of bad quick. You can get out of bad in a year. Purgatory, Cowboys have been in purgatory for 3 decades. And Steelers are there, as many teams are, because you just don't ever call the ball. You never identify the fact that we got to kind of reverse this around. You always think, no, let's just add a little extra onto what we got and that'll be good enough. And you talk yourself into it every year. And you react to what happened the prior year. And there's no vision of approach. There's no multi-year plan. Everything is a year-to-year experience. And it's why I say these teams get to where they get and they earn their spot. They're not there by accident. They're not there because of a bad break or bad luck. Injury luck can pop in year out. But when you're there for a long, long period of time, you've earned your way. Alan Carroll says, I think the Chiefs being so pass heavy is a little deceptive with Mahomes. He's so mobile that many of the pass plays ended in being run plays. Bit of a cheat code. Yeah, I would say that is true. And it's as well that the big adjustment I feel like that they made when the cover 2 shell came into place was, of course, now, okay, Tyreek Hill moves on, and now we're going to just really lean into the short passing attack and throws into the flat and to the tight end. But yeah, Mahomes has definitely created for them some easy, quick yardage at times, some short cheat yardage with his legs that they don't get otherwise. And probably some, like you say, you wonder if some of that's kind of subtly planned in. It's like drop back, go through the first 2 reads. You feel this open up on the front side, just go take it. Tony Wright in the house. What's up, Tony? Good to see you, my man. Good evening, Brandon. As I watch these rosters coming together around the league in your division for your team to defend your title, watch out for the San Francisco 49ers. They are deep, and I'll explain. They went 12-5 last season, starting 6 rookies on defense, and they played well. Now those rookies are second-year guys, and all their starters are back, so their rotations defensively will be deeper. I've been saying, I don't think a lot of people are picking it up, that I definitely do think that the Niners remain a threat. And I do think that they're going to remain a challenge. I cannot put them quite at the same level of where we're at and the Rams, because as a roster, I feel that they've gotten older. And I don't know that they're going to get a lot out of this last draft class, which I think is a problem for a team that, has been getting older and has been losing talent, through the years. There are places where I think they're going to see really good improvement in play, like to your point, that is going to help them out in a major way. I don't know if they'll give them starve-driven players here, but guys that are very useful players and helpful guys in the rotation. Alfred Collins, Mykel Williams, if he can come back off the ACL. This is more to defense, by the way. CJ West, these guys, them coming in that way into the rotation, can help them out and give them some solidity for sure. I think that the secondary, DeMondre Lenore had a really down year, and that he's a guy that should be operating within the slot, but they're going to keep him on the outside, in part because of the really good rookie year Upton Stout had in the slot. So he's kind of being played out of position, and he's not well suited to be playing out of position. He's not the same player playing out of position. I think both of their 2 safeties leave you wanting. They may have depth there, but they don't have a lot of talent there, I would say. And so there is some truth in what you're saying. I don't think it's across the board, simply when they play these guys, because it does come down to a talent issue. For instance, offensive line. You lose Trent Williams and Vendarian Lowe's your backup there, and the rest of that offensive line doesn't have a lot as far as backup strength goes behind the front line starter. Dominic Pooney goes down, and they don't have any guy that's anything close to the backup there that's going to, fit. Wide receiver wise, you lose Jawan Jennings. Ayuk's out now. You're hoping for Mike Evans at 34, and then Ricky Pearsall, who's been heavily injury prone since he's come to the San Francisco 49ers to basically to be the bell cows of your receiving core. So I mean, there's, what's their backup? Jacob Cowing? If one of those guys goes down at this point. Tonjes is nice as far as a Kittle replacement. Like, he stepped in and he's solid there for them. I'd give you that, where there is some truth to it to a degree, Tony, but I don't think it's where necessarily that those benefits are all across the board and that you're going to see them laden everywhere. And there still is a lot of holes in a lot of the depth and spots of their roster, especially those spots of the roster that have some age. And I think they're going to kind of run into the same thing they ran into last year, which is that, part of you having the beat up roster is that you have such an old roster. It's kind of predictable in that manner. And I think that they'll be very strong early on in the year, but I think that they will start to go lame as the year goes along, where the injuries do start to pile up. You have McCaffrey coming off a 450 touch year after it already looked like last year he was starting to lose a step and not quite as quick. Is he even better this year? These older guys, do they just come back and give you what they've been quintessentially performative wise? Is a Nick Bosa coming off his third torn ACL just perfectly great and all good, and he's just going to be quintessential? Maybe with it. Like I said, I think early on, Tony, there's going to be some strength from him, but I do think, and I thought this thing last year, so it played out this way last year, and that the team you're facing week 1 versus the team that you're looking at in week 17 are going to be two very, very different teams. I will say, Tony, the one thing that makes me a little fearful of them that I think that would be really interesting for them if they were to do it, I don't think they will do it, but I think it would be interesting for them to do it, would be go make a big swing trade. Go make that Max Crosby trade. If you're really in for going for this, if this is the end of the window, this is the time you want to go, then go make the strike. Go make it happen. Why not at that point? That would have me a little more concerned, I think. Still would have the age, still would have the injury stuff, but they'd be a little bit more dangerous. Koken, is an ego thing with Brian Demos? I like him be a more popular Seahawks channel. Does he not want to platform other guys he might see as competition? I don't know if it's that. You're very busy in doing this, and you get pulled a lot of ways, and you have very little for limited time, and you're trying to kind of get into your rhythm of doing this type of stuff. And there's a lot of recommendations to do stuff. So I don't know that it's necessarily that. Because after all, he posted a video of me on his channel with me in the debate and Jake. But I think he's kind of in his rhythm with it. But I'm totally open to doing it. I've had people that have asked him on his channel during shows, and that's been his feedback, Koken. So I can only go back off of that. And if the feedback is that he doesn't want to, then you go, okay, well, I salute him, and there's another work, and I don't think it's, I totally get it on that side of it. So I don't think it's necessarily that. Thank you, Koken. I have a lot of fun on the round table out there, man. We get into some heated fights, but it's all in good fun. For as 100% Brando, ego makes bad calls, like not running on the one. Indeed it does. Indeed it does, man. Ego is fear is the mind killer, and so is ego. Ego is the team killer. Fear is the mind killer, but ego is the team killer. And I remember just in watching that 85 Bear documentary going back a couple of years ago, there was a great one put out that really just captured what was going on, and just, the spotlight's on you and everybody's telling you you're awesome. And it's just, can you fight against that spirit? Can you find a way to sort of rebel against what naturally will occur if you lean into that? You lean into that, and then that's where the separation starts. That's where now we're not a collective one. Now we're all just little individual parts in our little individual pulls, trying to maximize our own selves to the utmost. And that's where you start to lose the sense of team and what makes you your strongest. And if you can fight against it and hold against it, then you can capture greatness longer, because I think it's the common denominator that I see to a lot of teams that aren't able to sustain. Look at the Rams, for instance, the greatest show on turf. Why is Dick Vermeil forced out? Because they got their offensive coordinator there who, I really want to go be the head coach, and it's my offense making this happen. It's not really Vermeil, it's my offense. Meanwhile, you're kind of known for being a little bit of a bristly brush as far as your personality goes with people, and you're not as good a head coach as Vermeil, and you should have just stayed as a coordinator, and maybe you guys win another championship if you don't do that. Certainly Vermeil ends up coming back and coaches later on, so it wasn't like he was done coaching. Ego. Cowboys. Why don't the Cowboys have 5, 6 titles in the 90s instead of just 3? Because Jerry Jones's ego wouldn't allow it. Jimmy Johnson was getting too much credit. This is all childish, silly stuff. These are grown-ass men that should be above this, but I'm telling you, it's a draw, it's a pull. It's like a tractor beam sucking you in, and you can't help yourself, but you got to help yourself because it's not doing you any favors. Ego's never going to lead you to the promised land. It might lead you to the gratification of the self, but it ain't taking you ultimately to the grand prize if that's what you're trying to do. Max says everyone blames Pete for that one instead of Bevel, which is weird. Yeah, we eventually need to get to the truth of that play when it gets down to it and what's what and who's who. There was a very interesting comments made by Brandon Mabane on G. Scott's show about a year ago in regards to this that just sort of flew over everybody's head. But I don't think that we know the full truth of that day at all. Cat fine stuff. Boop. To all the kitty cats out there in the land of 12s, especially those cats who participate unwillingly in sporting wearable swag for 2026 Xmas card photos. Nia says the 49ers are more closer to the Cardinals than they are the Seahawks, not even remotely scared one bit. Well, if they can maintain their health, I think Tony's got a point on if they can maintain their health, but I don't know about the depth, Tony. That's the part where I might need to be a little more convinced on their depth. I think it kind of depends on the position. It's a little hit and miss depending on the position. Who's going to win in Australia? Niners or Rams? I think the Rams barely get that one pulled out, but it's going to be the Niners at full strength. Stitch Hawks, what's up, brother? Hope you're well. Go Hawks, Stitch, man. Hope you're doing well. Whoever wins down under will be cinema on the round table. Boy, it will be. I wonder how Jesse will be if he wins it. Oh, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Max. You're awesome, brother. Very kind of you to say. Brandon could be Tony Ventrella's son. I don't want to be so lucky, man. From Finding Mastery. Yeah, I got to check out that thing. I saw it drop this last week. I saw a little clip of it. I just didn't dive in. Got to check it out, though. Nia says, the Hawks Nest. We need for Mike to wear the Giorgiano Armani suits on the sidelines and slick back hair, and he'd have completed the Pat Eiley arc. I mean, that'd be a pretty powerful image, right, Nia? I mean, tell me you're not the opposition on the sideline looking at that. Like, you got, Tom Landry's fedora. You got Bill Belichick's hoodie. And then we could have the Giorgio Armani Mike McDonald suits, man. On Lumen Field sideline. Just there looking boss. Looking stern. I could see it. Just saying, I could see it. Thomas Cox. Thank you for the $5 donation, Thomas. While Garrett is good and the Rams are dangerous, I think McDonald is the X factor Seattle has. Yes, getting a Watt, Crosby, Highsmith helps. It's kind of that part of that I sort of anticipated. Maybe I'm doing this falsely so, but I don't think this is just based on nothing because it is John Schneider's track record. It is knowing that you have 12 draft picks and there is no way in hell John Schneider is going to be sitting on 12 draft picks with this deep of a roster into next year's draft. I don't care how strong the draft is. So, he's sort of got money burning a hole in his wallet to go out there and do something. And whether it is a Watt down the road or a Crosby or Highsmith or somebody else that comes up to be, you've got not only the draft picks, but then you've got all of this cap space to do both things. And that you just, if anything, what you're afforded here is the ability to wait to make the intelligent choice at the right time. Like, the roster's good right now. Everything's rounded out well. There aren't any real glaring needs. You can afford to wait for injury to strike maybe somewhere or something to come up that underperforms that you then address at the time when it's more right. I do think the Rams are dangerous with Garrett. We got to throw in there McDuffie and Watkins in there. I mean, as the collective of what those guys bring to the table. I'm also hearing pretty strong in the background on this that Darnold is en route at one point or another. So take that for what you will. I know many of you guys are just like, well, that's not happening or won't have as big an impact. Maybe it'll only be halfway into the year, but you can kind of throw that onto the top of the pile here, and it's going to make them tough. But I do agree with you in that McDonald is providing an X factor here. They can't be undersold. And this team is young and still is on the rise as they are, can match this same energy without necessarily having to feel like they've got to, go out there and make a bunch of swings and trades to do so. So it's going to be a good fight, man. It's a good fight. But I think we're really well situated here to be patient on this one, Thomas, so that we then, when we make that choice to finally make that move, it's for a position that we really truly need, not what we're trying to project to need or anticipate we will need. Because I don't think that's really on point right now. But we got the means. That's the key on that one, Thomas. That's the key. Joseph Miller, thank you for another $5 donation, Joseph. I've seen McIntosh posted a handful of rings. I hope this means he's on his way back. I did too. I was trying to figure out how he got the Green Bay one. I was trying to figure out why is the Packers Super Bowl ring on his finger? Where did that one come from? Was it high school Packers? I don't know. I didn't get that one, but that was a very impressive ring. I don't know how he held his hand up. You would have thought he would have had his hand like dragging on the ground as he's trying to walk with how much hardware he was holding on that thing, but very cool. And hopefully so. He is a guy that really would, especially if he could be ready at the start of the year. If McIntosh takes a little bit of time and that, he is really well situated to come in and instantaneously just be a third down back for you bare minimum. And a guy that brings a lot to the table is that third down back, not just as a guy that is, he'll be a blocker and he's like a leak out guy. It's like a guy that can, go and run routes like a wide receiver at times, like he would do in Georgia, out of the slot, and that he could be a real difference maker out there in that way. It'd be very cool if he could. It's something that does stand out on this team. I think Helani brings some of that, and certainly Charbonnet brings some of that too, but he's maybe just a different level of it even versus those guys if he can get back. It'd be cool to see. Thomas, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, brother. You're very kind. If Sam doesn't play well, I could see Schneider trading for Burrow. This could be the Myles Garrett deal for Seattle. Well, it's where people have often said, and I don't want this to make this sound like I'm trying to make Sam, feel like, you're looking for the reason to toss Sam away and that you're not happy to roll with him into the future. I do think, to your point, though, this all comes down to making intelligent decisions and not just rubber stamping stuff, because that's just what every team out there does. So you got to do it too. I think, kind of quite the opposite. I think you got to look at the Sam situation with very clear eyes and not go overboard, because there are other options that can present themselves that might be more advantageous. Comes down to two things. Comes down to, first, Thomas, is he able to replicate what he did last year? Where are the turnovers at within that? Is that the guy that I get? I have a guy in Sam Darnold that if I go back to your college career, you had 25 fumbles, not interceptions, fumbles in college football alone. And that's also been a problem with you on your interceptions. Now, I can deal with that. I can overcome that. I can become a Super Bowl champion around that. But are you going to then ask me to make you paid at a top 5 rate with that coming with you? And this is what we know about quarterbacks sometimes, is that they will sometimes not want to do any math on the negatives they bring to the table. It's all about all the positives I bring. It's all about, well, it's a no-brainer. You have to sign me because that's just what teams do. And I think John just got them back to a Super Bowl in part because he's not doing what everybody else is doing. He's not rubber stamping things. He's thinking about things and really unpacking them intelligently to try to understand, okay, what is really the most intelligent decision? The most intelligent decision here is if, yes, we can win with you playing at that level, if that's your standard and that's your model, and that's not a bad standard. It doesn't come with some limitations. It doesn't come with some deficiencies. Therefore, your contract needs to reflect that. You don't get to just overlook that in the contractual point in time and say, yeah, well, look at all the passing yards. Look at all the touchdowns I threw for. That's not how we're going to play this game. And so if you can come to the place where replicates the season, comes to the table willing to be like, all right, I know I want a new deal, earn a new deal. I'm not trying to break the bank here. Let me do this to where you can still fit your model in here, John, to build that roster around me, to keep the roster built up around me like I've had the past couple of years so I can maintain this success. And hopefully Sam gets that. But as we know, players at times don't always get that. Players at times will sometimes just push. And it's not like Sam's been rewarded with huge contract after huge contract and can come around, okay, I'll take a discount on this one. He might want to be highly super paid. And you might say there's some limitations for that. And then you go, well, what? We could go this other direction here, over here to this. And then we could go that instead. So I think this is where it's better, really better suited for those that push so hard on saying Sam needs to get the extension now, to understand it really is in the better benefit to the organization to come back to making that intelligent decision, much like the trade thing that we just talked about. You're making the intelligent decision down the line when you're afforded more information and data to make the smartest choice at that time, rather than right now making it a little bit blind and not knowing how necessarily it's going to play out. You think you know where it's going to go. You're pretty sure and have confidence on where it's going to go, but let's actually see it going there, and then we'll make the determination from there. I could see it as well as being on the table, though, Thomas. I think John's going to be very fluid with this a little bit, and that he's not going to, in the learning of the lessons of the prior, and in the, hey, we rubber stamped the Russell Wilson deals prior, even as we had approached in the final couple of years of thinking maybe this is a little too much money we're spending here. You know, we're not able to kind of build this roster right because of how much this is taking off of the rip. You know, maybe we've got to find a different way of doing this. So that's where I think those lessons are going to come into play on this one, Thomas. Oh my gosh, Bryce coming in with another $50 donation. Let's go, Bryce. You're awesome, brother. You are awesome, my man. Thank you for all of your support, bro. You're too kind, though, man. You're way too kind to me here, Bryce. Way too kind. Hey, Brando, what is the one area of the offense you want to see Fleury evolve? Also, what changes do you expect scheme-wise? More boot action, gap power, or motions? Don't tell me how to spend my money. Laughing out loud. Can't think of a better place to put it. You're very kind for doing so, man. That's a huge donation. I salute you, brother, for doing that, man. You're very, very kind, and you know you don't have to do that. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. Down economy right now, man. Down economy right now. I think that there's some great questions within there. I think that the boot action is one that I would like to see incorporated a little more than last year. I think the maximization of play action with Sam needs to be leaned into, especially because he's just so good at it. I think so few teams have guys at quarterback position that are good at it. I mean, I think you have practically, Bryce, you can attest to this, half the league with the quarterbacks just learning their drop back footwork, much less masters of their footwork and how smooth they are at that play action game. And not just with the ball action, but with how smooth their foot like dancers can get back into the depth of the pocket or can get to the rollout. You know, it's sometimes it's a footwork thing as much as a quickness thing. So I certainly like the idea of leaning into that type of stuff. I really like it, especially early on in the games when you get those really, easy completions out in space. You give your quarterbacks a little bit of some simplistic early reads early on in the games to kind of get them into that rhythm. When I come down to the gap and zone stuff, I think you're going to run, of course, the heavier zone with the system and the way you run it being outside zone as it is. But I do think that you've got to implement your share of counter gap stuff because defenses start to know that the zone's coming and they start to run their techniques in anticipation of zone. And that when you then hit them with gap, especially downhill gap, because that's where I think you mentioned power is the really important part of that. The power aspect of it is you're setting up outside zone and you're getting linemen drifting lateral and starting to stretch and go wide. And now you've got that counter to come back inside and hammer it quick downhill. That's where you got to be good at that. You got to have the gap guys that are really, really good at that. That's where it's nice having Zabel and Bradford that are guys that I think can isolate their blocks and then allow Sundell to get down to the second level where now you get some stuff going lateral, you get downhill into that A gap, and you've got the guys that have, cemented off that run and it's like bang, 10-yard run right down the middle of the heart of the defense essentially. So I think it's more of the counterbalance. You just don't get too, I think like the Niners sometimes get a little bit too much into the zone stuff where it's everywhere and there's not enough of the gap implemented in. I know I'm being generalized in the answer. And I think that the place that I would like to see him evolve, I think he's coming from, first off, Kyle, and Kyle has not evolved to the 12 personnel like he probably should. Kyle has still been able to really utilize the offense well. And I think there's a lot of 21 personnel stuff with Oots out there, maybe even Sundell a little bit, that he's going to be able to utilize that Kubiak didn't use as much with his background with Shanahan. With that said, I think that he needs to continue with the 12 and the 13 personnel stuff. This would be the evolution at the forefront, and 13 personnel is where you're really able to lead into me with this, where you come out with that type of stuff at times and, flex. What I would do is you have the 13 and you sort of flex out, like Arroyo starts out in alignment tight like an H-back, and then you flex him wide and then try to draw one of those linebackers out into coverage wide then, who's not good in coverage, right? That's where, and I think that that's what I think the Rams are going to be trying to do a big time amount this year, where it's going to be a lot of trying to get Ferguson in sort of an X receiver positioning. But then you got, of course, what you want is you don't want the tight end in an X receiver positioning when he's getting guarded by a number one corner. You want to be able to get him out as an X, where maybe I can get him out there aligned on a safety they can't cover in space or a linebacker they can't cover in space. But I think this because the transition we saw last year, Bryce, was teams were going to play as much 12 personnel as any time we'd seen over the last 25 years in the NFL. That transition came into play. We also saw more 21 personnel than we had seen in recent years as well. So things became heavier offensively last year, and they have become heavier the last couple of years in the NFL in just general terms. And then we saw the counter from defenses last year being that now defenses went away from nickel a little bit more. They went now into more of the base packages to sort of counter the heavier fronts. Now, every team, of course, defensively now is trying to chase us, being able to say, hey, is there a way that we can go and we can play in nickel, but then still be able to play like we're playing in base? That our personnel, essentially, we're going to have a safety like Imanwari that's going to be like a linebacker, and so we can run that way. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know in this, but that's to me where the key on that is the defenses started to transition off the 12 and 13 personnel to base looks to 3-4, 4-3. And so now you go, okay, now I got the linebackers on the field to maybe isolate that mismatch with my move tight end. And so that's where, to me, the 13 personnel, you come out, you give them the 13 look, you run out of it initially, right? So you get them kind of thinking run. Then you come back out, you start him in the tight alignment, then you flex him out in motion into an outside kind of X role, receiving role, and then hopefully pull that linebacker with you, and then you just have him run up the seam. You make that linebacker or safety prove that they can run step for step with Elijah at that point and stay with him in coverage. So I would really do as much of that. I think about the evolution for me is how do I get these unicorn tight ends isolated on the coverage mismatches that are driven by putting defenses into base defense? Because if I'm just running a bunch of cornerbacks on the field in nickel, I'm going to have the cover guys that can probably stay with your tight end unless you got the high point guy, the go up and get it ball skill guy, right? And so like that's not really, an evolution there. You're not really taking, but this could be something like literally where you just get a linebacker who I run a 4.7 40. This guy's, got the length on me and speed on me and explosiveness on me that I just don't have. I don't have a counter to this. I can't do anything with this. So that'd be the big one that I would go to. The motion stuff to me becomes important, but not hyper important, because a big part of the motion stuff came to the forefront where motion was ran at a really low level 15 years ago. And then it became ran at a much higher rate over the last 15 years, progressively so, because of what it was giving the offenses pre-snap tell-wise about the defenses. And so there was big time reason to use it is that I'm going to get to know the coverages of what this defense is going to give me. Now there's almost now more of that. If you're trying to utilize that method, you're going to get yourself tricked. Defenses are now countering that, and they're saying, we know what you're trying to do in the motion game. We're going to defunct that. We're going to, whatever we're showing or whatever, we're going to make you think you're seeing this, and it's going to become something else post snap. It does then remove some of the necessity of motion for the pre-snap tell reasons. You know what I mean? Like that would stand out to me as like, I don't think that that's the part of this that really evolves. It becomes more to me back down to the mismatch game. And to the point of the mismatch game here, Bryce, it's that they do this, we do that. We do this, now they do that. They do that, now we do this. And it's like the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell now forces teams to go to heavier formations, 12, 13 personnel, 21 personnel, forces teams to go back to running the ball, forces offenses to get back to being patient and not the big shots. Okay, well, now the defenses counter that with, we'll stay in our cover 2 shell, but we're going to go down to base defense. Okay, well, now what does the offense do to counter that? Well, you're seeing 79 tight ends drafted in this last draft, and we had all of our guys, Rams and us taking a tight end in the second round last year, 2 guys that were kind of head scratchers, where it felt a little bit early for both. But this is what teams are trying to do as far as offensively speaking, the next modification. Okay, you're going to base. You're going to stop our run. You're going to stay in cover 2 shell. Okay, we're going to find a mismatch with our move tight end, and you're not going to have a guy that can cover him. How about that, sucker? So that's where I think this is going, and that's why with the 13, the 12 personnel, I really want to start being able to, with at least the motion-based stuff maybe intermixed in there, less about the motions driving data to tell me about coverages and more about motions driving to get the mismatches I want. And I know there's still zone is a lot of this, a lot of how teams are going to run what they're going to do in certain realms of this. But even in zones, you got a lot of guys you can attack that are both weak in man and weak in zone. It's like, how many guys we watch on tape at the linebacker position that just have like no instincts in zone. They just drop to a spot and sort of just stare. But thank you, Bryce. I appreciate you, man. Great question. Really great question. And I don't mind the leading in the one thing that stood out to me with Shanahan and kind of looking at what he's done here recently is that his hesitancy to go to the 12 personnel with the transition that's taken place is one that I hope Fleury doesn't hold on to as much. Yes, he'll be a lot better probably at some of the 21 stuff and I formation looks and that stuff, but 12 and 13 is the hotness right now. That's where the good stuff's at right now, I feel like. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation. What is Mike Macdonald's ranking if he wins back-to-back Super Bowls? I mean, all-time rank? I mean, he would have the best winning percentage in NFL history. He'd have the best winning percentage for a head coach in NFL history, but it's all very sample size because he just hasn't had, he just hasn't had the time there. Part of like where you rank all time is going to be based upon longevity. And that's always the spot that I struggle with when we compare someone who doesn't have longevity to someone who does. And then if he's more impactful than those who've had the longevity, but more can sustain success, I think it's kind of like dealer's choice on this one. It sort of depends on the eyes of the beholder and what you value and what you think. But I think that start of his career, that's the best start to a career for an NFL head coach in NFL history. Nobody could match that. Nobody. And that it would make it truly an impressive feat that would stand apart from just, merely, winning a Super Bowl. I mean, the guys we looked at here on this situation today that were, the part of those back-to-back Super Bowl winners, be it Lombardi, been a coach prior to 66 and 67. Don Shula, was a coach, I believe, with the Colts prior to the Dolphins in the 60s. Chuck Noll, I think he was relatively somewhat early in his coach, but I think he'd been around before that. Bill Walsh was in his first coaching stop, but certainly in that 88 and 89 season, it wasn't early on his Niner career. He had already won a Super Bowl with the Niners, like 83 or something. Jimmy had been there for a couple of years. He's kind of close to that with Mike a little bit, somewhat similar. Shanahan had been there for a few years. Belichick was kind of newish. So that's where I keep coming back to there's some similarities there between Belichick and McDonald on this that kind of, more than any of these coaches on this list, kind of fit the way they go about their business and all that. Mike's maybe a little bit more of a people person. Baker Elprez, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the house, brother. This is hot take. I'd gamble on Sorsby than Simpson. Shaking my head, Les. Shaking my head. Well, you're picking up what I'm putting down, Banker, because this is where we come down to the Alaric Jackson situation puts a big, I think, light on this, and that this is what I'm talking about. where you go, like, depth matters. And you need to be thinking about it a little bit on your team. And you can't just go, well, like, we just got a lot of the star power and that's going to be all we need. And when you have opportunities to add depth, and admittedly with the Rams, you know, when you are a team that's been good for a while and you have so many stars and you are so strong as the starters go and you've rewarded so many guys, yeah, contract space is going to be limited. And that's okay. And it doesn't mean it doesn't mean you're prevented from then adding the depth. But what it does mean is that you can't do this like, oh, it's like we got a freebie pick thing. It means you need to maximize the assets that you do have to the utmost. And if you're taking your most important draft pick and your maximization is to be taking a player that's probably not going to play for 2 years for a team that's in that window, doesn't make any sense to me, banker. Doesn't make any sense to me on this whatsoever. And whoever you wanted, whether it was a trade back, add picks, get the depth through that, or simply get the Omar Cooper guy or grab the Reuben Bain guy. I mean, the Reuben Bain one to me would be just like, you talk about like the scaring factor of that to me. It's like, oh, they now have not only the depth, but they can sustain the injury to that edge group. And so they're going to maintain a fierce, ferocious pass rush no matter what now. Like you guys lose one guy and I'm like, well, now I can focal point our way over on the other guy. You know, Myles Garrett goes down. I can throw a double team to Byron and you ain't got nothing. Like, oh, Josiah Stewart. Is that what I gotta worry about, the fearsome Josiah Stewart off the edge? So, and I've said this with, it wasn't just that I was, and you don't take it as this way, banker. It's not hating on the Rams. It's more of like, when I was talking about that pick from my perspective, it's like, I'm a Rams fan. I'm where you're at with it, banker, where it's just frustrating to me because this is not the best way to maximize this roster right now. And Sorsby would have been the better pick. He's a more talented guy. He's got more mobility. He's got more size. He's got a bigger arm. And if we're looking at trying to get a guy of the future, like you're going to develop, here's what I think is going to happen with Simpson. You're going to develop Simpson and come to find that he's like a lesser version of he's like a Jared Goff knockoff. You know, he's got more mobility than Jared, admittedly. He likes to hold on the ball longer than Jared. They're not the same type of player, but like the outcome would kind of become the same. So it's like, oh great, we spent 2 years developing a guy all for the opportunity to trade him for third round equivalency in some type of trade we're trying to put together. Maybe it'll work out, man. I'm not a buyer on that one. I'm not. Mick says, it's really good, Brandon, that the Ravens waited a while longer to part ways with John Harbaugh and they didn't go the route the Bills did the past year in place with Coach Mike. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. I think the fact that they had that deep playoff run in the final year that Mike was there was the only thing that kind of saved Harbaugh. I think that had been, a one and done, but the fact that it was the Chiefs, that was the thing that eventually, kind of took you down on that was allowed him to kind of sustain a little bit longer there. But yeah, you add Raven fans to their credit. I mean, even in the moment, they waited till Mike's success in Seattle to jump on these takes. You have Ravens in the moment all over Twitter proclaiming that this is a mistake, that this is the wrong way to go about this, that you should go with Mike. I mean, they sensed it. They knew what they had. Thomas Brando, I'm still all for improving other positions, but DNs is such a long shot. Maybe I'm cynical because Seattle's best shot was Crosby last year. Well, it's not a list that's burgeoning with a ton of names right now as far as prospective guys, to your point, Thomas. The edge group is one where, it is light as far as even guys that maybe become available. Maybe. Not even like likely to become, but just maybe. So it could be where we're a little stuck on this, in that way. And that it then becomes another position that you try to go find. Maybe you can find a lockdown corner. Maybe you can go find a top end safe. Maybe you can go find something there. Like that's where to me the weight strategy might be afforded to be better, than trying to make kind of this move right now with it. But it is something to monitor and watch. It's also why I like the idea of you bring in Jadeveon Clowney. You sign a Jadeveon Clowney for a couple million. It has no real tangible effect on the salary cap. You still have your cap space. You still have your draft picks. Now your edge group's 5 deep. And now you can get to that deadline and some players should be available. The thing I will say about this is that though the list looks lean right now, Thomas, what we do tend to know about trade deadlines is that edge rushers, pass rushers, there tends to be at least some collection of guys available. Maybe you're not getting a Crosby-like impactful player or Garrett-like impactful player, but that you can find a guy that's functional. And that may be the thing that we need above all else at that point in time. Like, it'd be nice to have the difference maker, but we can get by with just a guy that's a cog within the wheel there a bit. Yeah, Titan, that Lance pick definitely set the Niners back a little bit. Those 3 first-round picks and what could have been instead. HHG, according to JJ, Purgatory is in Dallas. It might be at this point. We might as well just settle here. Zaviak Doom says, the one thing I've been wondering about, how much say did Garrett have and where he was sent? Well, he had a no trade clause, so you couldn't just send him anywhere, to your point there. But I don't know if you could just be like, well, you're going to just send me the Rams. It's like Rams or bust. Yeah, Herbert's still got to put it together. They're dangerous, but I understand a lot of reason to be cynical with that Charger team. It's been 4 years straight where it was like, this is their breakout year. No, this is the breakout year. We'll see on Emmanuel Wilson, man. He might not make the run. We'll see. I think he does give them a power element that if McIntosh isn't ready to go through the first couple of weeks that they might need on the roster. Chris says Herbert hasn't really been their biggest problem. They've had bad O-lines. They're wasting away Herbert's youth. Still don't know if they've been fixed. Fair points. I do feel like that's a team that, drafted Herbert with little really set up in front of him for that success to happen. And it's part of where people look at it with the Herbert evaluation is they don't tend to take a lot into account in that supporting part aspect of things. It was brutal last year where they have finally put the investment in the tackles, and then the tackles go down to injuries for the year. But you need to give them the health, man. They're doing what they can, though. Mike McDaniel in there now, and hopefully the line can stay healthy. But it's got to happen at some point or other if it's going to happen. But yeah, I think Baltimore will be doing the what-if game when it comes to McDonald. Though I think they already are, man. I mean, like I said, I think they were, from a fan base perspective, instantaneously when they lost him. And they certainly have been doing more so even through this offseason. You've seen it, and it pops up in my Twitter feed occasionally. It always brings a smile to my face. Should have kept Mike. The day this organization went completely south was the day we let this man go. He's with like posts like that all over the place. Tony says, plus San Francisco now has drafted another good defensive tackle in the 4th round, and Grayson Holston to go with last year's stud second rounder Alfred Collins. Yeah, it's nice. With the two of those guys, you get to pair them up. Alfred Collins is not as much a pass rusher, so you bring him out for early rundowns, and then Holton's more of the pass rushing type. So you bring him out there to then rush the passer. They have definitely put the investment in there. I will say with the investment on it, it's like Alfred Collins solid against the run last year. Micah Williams didn't play a full year, didn't give him a lot as a pass rusher, was solid against the run. I don't think CJ West gave him a lot last year in his rookie year. So a lot of these guys right now, in your perspective on this, Tony, is that, and I do agree there's talent there, but it's still not necessarily talent that's been realized exactly on the football field. Bosa's your kind of one certainty coming off the 3 ACLs. I don't think you're getting a lot out of Romello Height in his first year there as a 3rd round pass rusher. And then, what is the rest of their pass rushers? Michael Williams and Michael Williams coming off an ACL as well. But they're putting investment into it, which you appreciate, Tony. And if it can develop, I can see the plan. I can see where their thinking goes with this, even with a guy like Michael Williams, where early downs, he's a run defender, and that they can spell him hopefully long-term with a pass rusher there off the edge, like a Romello Height, who you then can remove the run defending duties from him too as well. Kind of combo them up into one player. The plan makes sense, but we do have to see it actually, find success. Because the one thing that stood out here the last couple of years with them, Tony, is that it hasn't exactly been the young talent that's really been driving them forward. Last year, still, it's George Kittle coming out having one of the better years of his career. It's Fred Warner early on in the year playing like an MVP. It's Bosa still holding it down until his ACL gave way. They're still very much, McCaffrey with 450 touches on his back last year. It was still very much leaning into the frontline parts to get the job done. Banker Brando, I was looking back into our teams from 2012, 2015. My God, was the defense stacked. Indeed, man. Yeah. Well, that was a time where there was a lot of really good investment being put into it by the Rams at that point, right? You had Darnold, and then Brockers was such a really great tandem in there with Darnold at that time, and some edge investment. Linebackers had some talent, could run. Yeah, man. Fisher gets knocked by a lot of Ram fans, but I mean, he could put together a pretty good defense at least. Had Ali Long's son out there, Chris Long. Tony Wright says, I disagree with you about the Rams. I believe they are overhyped and overrated. To be honest, they are the older team, not San Francisco. San Francisco has 6 guys over 31 years old this coming year, but the Rams have 7. Definitely the Rams don't get as much pub, to your point about being as old as they are. And the age thing, I think, is a real thing. And it's also a big part of why I like the fact that the NFL scheduled the Rams at the end of the year for us. Like, I'd prefer to play them at that point. So I get that. I mean, they made some major additions, though. And, it is one where the talent is true on both sides of the ball and what they brought to the table, and that you were arguably the second best team in the NFL last year, and collectively your losses were kind of nothing this offseason, and you just added, McDuffie, Watkins, and Garrett. And that does, I think the depth thing is something I'm definitely in agreement with you, Tony, that from a depth standpoint, Rams got problems. And the Alaric Jackson suspension kind of shows just a little bit of a canary in the coal mine on this, and that they should have taken heed of this offseason. It's kind of too late to do so now. But I think that they do still remain dangerous. I think the Niners are definitely, the thing with the age thing is it's not just the age, it's the age of what those positions are, where the age is at, and then how much the team relies on that. You're relying on McCaffrey. You're relying on Trent Williams. You're relying on Bosa. You're relying on Fred Warner. You're going to rely on Dwayne Greenlaw. These are the guys that are really the ones that have to be carrying the big part of the load. And that the youngsters that you have, while talented, I don't know up until this point have been asked to carry that kind of load in that way. They're very talented, though, Tony. I don't make it seem like 49ers have every bit of chance to win this division. It's all really just on the back of simply, can that health really hold for a team that is old at those select positions that are such important positions to the team that they need to get so much out of. I think if McIntosh is healthy and strong camp, I think he'll be the one to make the roster. I could see it, man. I like that we got a good competition there. Thomas says, I think McDonald is in the makings of Bill Walsh, but he will have his defensive assistant going all over the league to replicate McDonald's defense. It's good comp too, man. Bill definitely had a lot of instantaneous success there with the Niners when he came in. I could be sold on that comp. If Aaron Donald returns to the Rams, they'll have 8 players over 32 years old, 4 on offense, 4 on defense. The Rams will either go 9-8 or be below 500. You've heard it here first. Stay tuned. Ooh, bold take by Tony. I like it, Tony. Let's go. I hope you're right, man. I'll definitely take that as I'll take that as an outcome. I'm excited for the Niners-Rams game too, man. Hopefully it's coming after us getting a win, just being able to sit back and watch it. But Thursday night, I'll be streaming it. Yeah, kind of interested to see with Bosa and Warner as well on these injuries. Because the thing people I'm talking about really with Fred Warner is everybody's like, okay, well, he's got the injury. He'll be bouncing back next year. And it's like, well, hold on. He also had supposedly played with a fracture the whole prior year too. So technically now this is 2 years of Fred Warner injured, a guy that's going to be 30 years old, which we know for a lot of inside linebackers can sometimes start to be where age starts to take hold here a little bit. Some guys can play into later years, but for a guy heavily relying upon being a hyper dynamic athlete and fast, and is he going to be robbed of any of that? I think it's a valid question. Banker, have you collabed with the Locked On Seahawks guys? I have reached out to Corbin. I haven't got an answer from Corbin. So Admittedly, I sometimes reach out to guys out here on like, Instagram or whatever and say what, and I don't do a lot of Instagram stuff. So they probably like, who's this account? But I've tried. But I know he's also very, very, very busy, but I'd be down to. Locked On does great work, man. Corbin does great work. Yeah, I think the thing with McIntosh, and it's the part of this exercise, I think that makes it from our perspective, one that we just got to wait out on, is that where he's at in his rehab, how close he is, we have no idea. And we're hopeful, but he could very well come into camp and just be, still not there. And that the team just goes, okay, and that we'll see. I think it's hard to know for sure. I've seen some of the videos of him working out this offseason. Does not look like he's going full whole hog. But this is one where I think we just got to kind of wait and let it play out. Good news is the team's built a lot of depth there this year to have a lot of reinforcement there to build it forward where we don't have to rely upon him, but it's great if it works out with him and he can get healthy. Thomas, the only question I will present is, what will their excuse be if the Rams aren't even close to the team on paper? What will be their excuse if they don't beat Seattle in the playoffs? I think it just depends on why they fell short. If it's a Stafford injury, to his back, and they'd be like, well, that was always going to be the risk and whatever, you know what I mean? I think that if it's the team stays healthy and they just fall short, I think that there's going to be a lot more hand wringing and, tough ways to just sort of wave your hand away at it and be like, well, it's just a random thing happened. I think that they'd be a little bit more like, ooh, this is concerning. So it does depend upon the manner by which it goes, I would say. The Stafford injury makes it a lot easier for them to just be like, that was always the risk at play. We did our math on that. We did the odds on that. It was worth the gamble. Yeah, Jerry definitely fumbled the 90s bag, man. Maximized it. Barry Switzer, greatest Cowboys head coach ever. Mick says, Brandon, can you remind me why Eamon wasn't a first-round pick? He's just so versatile that it's just crazy to me, especially after his combine performance. I think it's utilization. He was a safety in college, so that was where he was pure and simply. And there was some good tape in college, and there was some bad tape in college. It was a bit of a mixed bag. I think what is the genius of what Mike has done is that he's not only been able to find the quintessential player that allows him to live in nickel, but he's also taken the player and put him into a better position to succeed, being that Eamon needs to be around the line of scrimmage. The closer he is to the line of scrimmage, the better he's going to be. And so, I think Eamon can eventually round into being a safety, and that may be very well where eventually he ends up landing, but I'm not convinced of it. He might live his whole life as a slot corner here, in how he rolls. So when you watched him, there was good tape, but there was the downside tape where the instincts weren't pure out there, and that there was some snaps in there that left you wondering a little bit, where he wasn't just purely dominant out there. And they didn't play a lot of him with the slot. He was really out there just purely in the sort of that safety too high shell kind of look. And so, Seattle did a lot more advanced math on this one and how they used him. There's a lot of safeties using the slot, by the way. It's very common. So it was unusual that they didn't do it. And you're then when you're doing the math, because you're going, the guy's 6'4", guys at 6'4" don't tend to be able to play in the slot because of the change of direction limitations of a guy that's that tall. So I don't have it on tape. I think he can do it. I think that's where he's going to be at his best. So when there's ever some advanced calculus that you got to apply, that's going to tend to push a guy just out of the first round, even if they're phenomenally talented. Jerry lost his mojo decades ago. I think he did, yeah. Jerry lost his mojo when he left his lane. There's that saying they say, stay in your lane. And this is the thing with that ego thing. It's just like, you built your Cowboys into a machine. You made them a national story. You had all the eyeballs on you like you wanted, and you were in that. But then you started to get into the personnel stuff because you couldn't help yourself. You weren't getting enough credit. I'm not getting any credit for this. I don't get any credit for signing Nike. Doesn't give me anything with nobody. They don't think I did anything. I want people to know I did something. And it's like, why do you need to? You're doing something. You're part of it. Why do you got to mess with I got an opinion on this guy? Jerry's killing it right now with the drafting. You're going to outdraft Jimmy Johnson? Jerry? Yeah, I'm going to be better than him. Okay. Mick Imanwari will end up being a player that teams will search for and overdraft in the next couple of years to have a chance at this kind of talent. Yeah, you're definitely going to see teams chasing it. The thing with it, too, is that he's not a one-off and that Kyle Hamilton exists in the AFC. And so this is a model of player now that we know that it's not just it is a unicorn and that there are not many of them, but there's a couple. And if I just search it out, if I just look for that one, I can find it. And like you say, Mick, this is what NFL tends to do, is they chase talent in this way. You want to be the ones at the forefront. You want to be the ones driving that, not being the ones that are the chasers. Tony says, one thing I agree with you on is that the NFC West is the best division of football. Let's go, Tony. I know, Tony, you're not buying this talk that Tua is going to win the starting job out there in Atlanta, are you, man? I'm watching him throw that rock out there with Atlanta. I'm like, oh my God, that release. I'm a lefty and I hate him. It's lefty on lefty crime right now. Corey, Seahawks did not lose the Super Bowl because of a questionable call on the 1 yard line. The fourth quarter, our defense gave up 2 touchdowns. Our offense did nothing. True. Very true. Daniel says, if his mental's okay, I'd send a third for Sorsby in the supplemental draft. My player comp is Brock Purdy with the deep ball. If we can get that on a 3-year, $1 to $2 million a year, $1 to $2 million a year, our team building is OP. Yeah, he could be an interesting guy. I think second round, Daniel's what's going to be the cost on this one, because there's going to be, I think, some teams in the loop on this. But you never know. You never know. And I wouldn't hate it. It does seem like this would spell the end of Milroe here, if that were to happen. And there does seem to be some kerfuffle coming out of OTAs that maybe Milroe is not exactly progressing great right now. But I think his team's going to come in with the second round pick. And I think he's got good talent, man. I wouldn't hate it, Daniel. Thomas B. It'll be funny if Horton, Arroyo, Mills, Imanwari, Zabel takes steps from solid to great players. Shoot, it'd be funny if Imanwari becomes DPOY and Zabel becomes the best guard in the NFL. That'd be incredible, man. And yeah, you've got a lot of development here of guys that you know are talented, who have the ability, just can they put it together? And it gets you very excited because it just helps this team get reinforced around the edges. Megs TheSeahawksNest, Michael Gervais worked with Pete Carroll at USC and the Hawks. Good to have. You need the psychologist now, the sports psychologist. It's very common. Dan says, obviously he's this year and learns behind Darnold, but we would have for 3 seasons after this. If he's that, we might just 5-peat because we have so much flexibility. I'm okay with it, man. 3rd round, I'm okay with it. I wouldn't do a 2nd round with him, but 3rd round, why not? Late 3rd round pick for what could be a 1st round talent at the quarterback position. I mean, all quarterback selections are essentially crapshoots anyway, aren't they? Why not? Do you think so, Daniel, the 2nd round? I think there's going to be a couple teams that are just willing with that 2nd round pick where it's, be the Jets that go, hey, we have multiple 1st round picks next year. Or this other team, we have multiple 1st round picks. What's the 2nd rounder to us at that point? But it's very intriguing. Because that's the one thing I low-key miss from watching old tapes, coaches in suits calling the games. I know, I do too, man. It was kind of cool when they'd be all coiffed out and they got their own styles and everything. Thomas Sorsby looks good, but if I'm going to throw draft capital away, I would use my ammo to go after a quarterback like Manning, Moore, etc., or wait till 2028. It's a fair approach as well. I think that what you're thinking about in Sorsby is that we're not going to have a chance of those guys at the top, and that the cost to go get them would be too much. Our team might be too good to get a guy in 28, where this is a market opportunity to get a guy of this talent that we're not going to have in next year's draft or the draft after is kind of what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to bang this drum like this is the move we should do, just that it's a market opportunity. And if you get him for a pick that doesn't cost you a lot, as long as you feel okay about the gambling background stuff, then, not the worst of ways to go. He has his Mike McDonald pulls off the Pat Riley look. He's essentially the GOAT coach ever. I'm just saying the hair's already going back to the side like mine. It's one fell swoop to just take it all the way back. And then it'd be like when they go the Super Saiyan and the cartoon, like, like the lightning would come down and eyes start glowing. Megan, now Hawks Nest, who do we target at the deadline and why? TJ Watt. Because why? Not Watt. Something like that, or Crosby, I'd say, and you've got time to let the situation play out for the team and see where you're at. I think that you can never have too many pass rushers, and you certainly can never have too many edge rushers. Being able to reinforce that position a little bit, I think, could be beneficial. I think with having 3 of the 4 edges you've got on the roster being a bit older players, I think it's probably an easy anticipation to say you're going to probably see one of those guys beat up and knocked around a bit, and having an extra guy in there could really provide to be helpful, especially get a difference maker. TJ is one where I think the Steelers are trying to talk themselves into being winners. I don't think they're going to be winners. And so I think they're going to be more of a team at the deadline in trade mode than buy mode. We'll see with Crosby. That's more of you probably need the guy to be somewhat healthy on the field to see where he's at so that they can get back to driving a little bit of a higher price for him. But admittedly, speaking, Megan, I don't have a lot of great options for you at the deadline as I've gone through some of the choices, and there's not a plethora of fits necessarily. We're going to need essentially to get a better idea of who will be available. We're going to need a couple of teams that are looked at as contenders right now to kind of fall away and be there at the deadline, which should happen, which traditionally does happen. Spaces, I'm not worried about Myles Garrett. He ain't worried about no Myles Garrett. Tribe says if Aaron Donald comes back, Rams are going to beat us like a video game. Say it ain't so. Tony Wright, the Cardinals have improved O-line, resigning former 2019 first rounder Jonah Williams in free agency, former 2023 first rounder Paris Johnson. Yeah, we'll see with it. We'll see. You're giving him some benefits of the doubt there, Tony. We'll see. I think Froholt wasn't quite as good as he's been in recent years at the center position last year. I think Chase Basantes is still a rookie that we'll see what they got there. The right guard position remains one where don't know what you got, and Basantes we'll see. I think left tackle's solid. I think Paris Johnson sometimes gets talked about as some top 3 level of left tackle in the sport, and I don't think he's that type of player. He's solid, but I don't think that they have any difference makers on the offensive line. And I think that there's definitely some holes. There's some weak links, question marks. Nia says, should Mac win another title in his 3rd, easily above Pete? And we're looking at all-time discussions with the likes of Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. Let's go. Baker Burrow as damaged goods in my mind. I definitely would be hesitant on giving up some sort of crazy haul that would be just over the top for him, to your point, Banker. I'm willing to pay a price. Do I want to just go way over the top for it? No. We got to come to a common understanding on this one, which isn't going to bode well because Cincinnati's going to want all of the draft picks. But you do wonder with him a little bit on some of the injuries he's had and how much that offensive line's gotten him beat up over the years. Tony Wright says the Cardinals drafted the second best guard in this year's draft in Chase Basantes in the 2nd round. He was the second pick in the second round, 6'5", 315. He will play right guard. Yeah, I mean he's good, but again, he's going to be a rookie and he's untested. I think that's just maybe where our difference of opinion comes on this, Tony, is that guys drafted are potentially something. But when you have something that you're adding to that's already highly questionable, as far as I've got a lot of uncertainty here, and now you're adding these guys that, while talented, while highly drafted, are also still uncertain, it's hard to come to certainty then as a conclusion on that outlook of that line. So, you have Evan Brown playing there last year at left guard for him. That's a huge hole. They didn't really have a solution filled there. Like I said, Froholt went down a little bit last year in his play. Johnson's fine, but right tackle and right guard remain also still question marks. This is going to be an offensive line next year that's going to play probably somewhere in the neighborhood of the 20s, 23. I mean, that's going to be where they're collectively at as far as their ranking goes. So I guess, it's like, I like that they did the Chase Basantes. I would have liked more, Tony, if they had done more to, double dip on the offensive line and really address it. That's where, to me, the trade back, instead of drafting Love, trade back, get a lineman, get Basantes, get the extra picks. Like, that was the proper way to go to me. But Saunders is good. I don't want to make it seem like I don't like him. He should be a good player long term. But that offensive line to me is still a little bit questionable. Banker says, with Titans making Simmons the number one paid defensive tackle, things are not looking nice for us, Brando. Well, it doesn't help with either of our two negotiations when it comes to Kobe Turner or Byron Murphy or Leonard Williams. We're all going to have to pay a little bit of a tougher price because of it. But the value of defensive tackles in this day and age, and you got a good one, you're going to have to pay for it, and they're going to cost nearly at this point. They're going to cost like number one cornerback prices is where the price is going to. And this is the interesting part from the Rams' perspective. Is, as I've said, you guys have got the 4 contracts you're sitting on. Are you going to get all of these guys to just play out the final rookie year of their deal? You're not going to reward any of these guys. You're not going to reward Avila. You're not going to reward Puka. You're not going to reward Kobe Turner, who's, the definition of having earned it. Not Byron Young. Nobody. Everybody's got to play out on the rookie deal. How did you talk all those guys into that? Tony Ryan, the card signed Isaac Samula, one of the best guards in the National Football League. I don't know if I'd say one of the best guards in the National Football League. I think that's probably a little bit of an overstatement. He's played solid. He was about average in 24. He was a little bit above average. A little bit above average, at least by PFF standards. Obviously, it's 16th. So solid starter. Also a guy turning 33 years old. So going to a new team, 33 years old. Is he going to still be playing at that same level? We'll see. Part of the building for me, Tony, of a good offensive line, and I think you've gotten to experience this with your own Atlanta Falcons team. One of the real key tenets of building the offensive line is that you don't just put in together a random offensive line every year, but that you got to build the continuity and the chemistry and have them play together. And the Cardinals are getting the benefit of none of that. But we'll see. My prediction is you're going to see them ranked somewhere between 19th and 23rd as far as their overall rating goes. But we'll see. I'm just not as high on the Cardinals, too. What's up, Rams House? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Hope everything's going well for you out on your channel of things. What if dribbling really opens up that offense to the Niners? Maybe. I have a hard time necessarily seeing. I think he's going to, out the gate, I think he provides them some help. I think long-term he's got some potential there. And certainly he fits to what they need in that offense with the yak and run blocking ability. I think he's certainly going to provide them a good part. I like dribbling as a player. It's a little bit of overdrafting where they took him, but still I did like him as a guy. I think I had like a 3rd round grade on him. But rookies can tend to be pretty productive when they're going to be good out the gate too. So that lends itself well to him. He is more pure X to me and will be stacked up a little bit behind Mike Evans in that way. I miss the tunnel screens too, Joseph. Those were nice with Grubb. There's like the one good thing Grubb brought was those tunnel screens. Tunnel screens and the hook and ladders. Rams guys, I'm amazed. I've seen 2 Ram fans here in the last 2 days here in Colorado. I'm not the only Rams fan in Colorado. That's crazy. There's 3 of you in that state. I think Rob Havenstein retired, Tony. Havenstein's out. And the thing with Higbee, so you're right. I mean, the Stafford, the Devontae Adams ones are huge. Like they're older guys. They don't have depth behind those guys. If those guys go down, completely valid. Higbee's a little bit more to me of one that to raise up is kind of like null and void because you've got Colby Parkinson, Davis Allen, you've got Terrace Ferguson, and then you just drafted the Max Clare in the second round this year. So, you know, you've got plenty of tight ends to sustain around whatever's going on with Higbee there. But Havenstein retired, I think. Banger, historical question, Brando. How did the Giants only win 1 championship in the 50s with Lombardi as your OC and Landry as your DC? That definitely goes a little bit deep into my territory of understanding. And that tests my my limits of knowledge going back to then. Not sure. You know, I would my blind guess on this would be that, you know, a lot of assistant coaches in places they're at, you know, get to do some of the stuff that they get to go crazy with when they're a head coach, but are sort of still kind of reined into a degree and limited in how far they can take an idea that they might have for an approach and how they want to execute it. So it's you fully kind of need that control at one point or another. And both with Lombardi and Landry, as I, you know, understand it with both those two, they both had very keen ideas for how they wanted to run things that was very specific. So I'm not too sure though. I'm a student of football history, but it's usually about late 60s, 70s. Have a good one there, Megan. Appreciate you. Tribe Cat, I wonder how much money Donald think is fair if he comes back for the Rams this season. Hard to say. Hard to say. They don't have a lot of cap space considering some of the extensions they got to get pulled off here. Is he going to come back for a full year or half a year? Does he take a bit of a discount because he's going for a championship? Not too sure. Bubba, Brando, if McDonald goes back to back, he could be considered the Patrick Mahomes of coaches. He could, yeah. It's a good comp. He's in rarefied air at that point. There's no coaches that have done anything close to that similar. Not for an opening 3 year of your head coaching career. Yeah, so Darius Williams also retired there, Tony. And I don't know if Achillea Witherspoon's on their roster anymore. But Boone Ford, yeah. Brian Darnold's coming back, man. I got it on the low. Jimmy G starts the Niners, wins the Super Bowl in 19, Stafford in 21, Purdy in 23. Darnold gets there in 25. So Cards get back there in 26. Carson Beck will never see a Super Bowl. Never. It's one of my more confident outlooks of a quarterback prospectively wise I've ever had. Like that guy is not starting in this sport. There's no way. Bankers is what's funny is that you were panicking when 49ers trade up, Brando. Oh, dude, indeed. I'm always worried about them getting smart. I like it better when they stay stupid. I will say when they trade up for the 3 first-round picks, I was hoping it was going to be Mac Jones at that time. The Trey Lance one did have me a little concerned because he had some potential. I thought Mac was going to be limited. But you always get a little worried that they might do something super smart. Space, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, whose house? Hawk's house.
Whose house?
Let's go, man. HSG, Welby, I got news for you. The port of Black Ops 1 and 2 is only for PS, no Xbox. Ugh. I think I could still do it on PC. I think they got it on PC, though. Banker says, wouldn't be surprised if we go 13 personnel, 75% of those snaps, those first 6 weeks, Brando. Chip left tackle every snap. Well, look, it does lead itself well to being able to chip when I got all those tight ends around the line of scrimmage, right, Banker? Just an easy little, just give him a little forearm shiver, get him back on the path. You know what I mean? Knock him back onto the path. So, I mean, it does make it easier. I will say that. And I like it, man. It's a cool thing where I like that they're doing this. It's like them doing something very specific and unique unto themselves. It's like a little bit of an extension, just taking a little bit more of the 12 personnel to a bit of a natural conclusion in a lot of ways. Especially when you get the key X factor to it, which is those unicorn tight ends that are sort of H-back, X receiver, kind of somewhere in the middle of that. Isn't Baltimore already alienated the league after Crosby situation? I don't know how long that'll last as a lingering factor. It certainly didn't sit right with a lot of people, but I don't know if it's going to prevent them from getting business done. Trap Cat, key advice for a Dallas Cowboys player: don't get your celebrity star status too high or Jerry might fire you. Exactly. I would bet it's true. I agree. I think Caleb Downs provides a huge helping hand to that Dallas Cowboys secondary. That's just what that defense needed. It's a great pick by the Cowboys. They draft pretty well. We knock on Jerry, but they do draft pretty well. Megan says, Hawks Nest Tua is crimes against lefties personified. I know. Why do we finally get a left-handed cornerback and he's got to throw it looks like he's throwing a pillow out of his hand every time he slings it. I can't get one hand cannon guy. At least Brock had a cannon. Brock could let it rip, man. But we already look funky throwing it. And it's got to come off our freaking hand like 50-mile-an-hour fastball. Three more weeks till training camp? It's almost closer to like pure month. But I mean, I guess they have that week where it's like there's a couple days they just are in weighing and in meetings and stuff. But until on the field, it's going to be a full month. We'll see with Fleury. I think he's got a lot of helping hands there, King Bomber, to set him up for success here, which will be a big factor. That's right. Mike Nolan was the guy that last wore a suit for the game. Yeah, TJ could be interesting. And I think the deadline makes sense because now you're halfway through the woods on his base salary for the year. So now you're only taking on half the base, which is like $9 million for the rest of the year. And I think it's like that. I forget if it where exactly the amount is at, but it just makes it a little bit more digestible to your salary cap at that point too. You tell me, kitty. Nick says if Sorsby comes to Seattle, make sure you put his photos in every casino. We have to make sure he doesn't gamble anymore. He was even gambling on ostrich racing. He was sending people to Australia to try to mess it up. So, not just betting, but also trying to like game the system. And yeah, he's banned from every casino instantaneously if we pick him in the supplemental draft. Like we need to get a word out to every one of the tribes out there. Like he doesn't get to step foot. You're tossing him face first out the front doors if he happens to step foot in a casino. Period. Period. King Bomber, also TJ Watt's contract has a $94 million cap hit with a $42 million cap hit. I'm not sure if his contract is tradable. Well, let's take a look at it, shall we? Don't you start with me. Don't you start with me. I thought I was looking at this the other day and I thought it was okay, but let's double check. You're so demanding. Okay, so I understand the confusion on this one, my man. Let's get you a little bit of clarity here. Okay, this is TJ Watt's contract here. You can see that we've got 2026, 27, 28. So we have 3 years remaining left on this deal, King Bomber. The key points of this deal are going to be the bonus money being the signing bonus money. That's the part you want to pay a close attention to here on this, okay? So for 2026, TJ Watt has a $32 million base salary, right? So he has $30 million in bonus salary remaining on his contract. If you trade him, $30 million hits their books instantaneously to the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? But you would also have, if you trade him, you've got the $15 million signing bonus, which is a roster bonus, but the roster bonus doesn't hit until 2028. So the $15 million of roster bonus, King Bomber, is irrelevant in our process here. The key point, the $32 million of base salary in 27 is irrelevant to the process. The $21 million of base salary is irrelevant to the process. The only part that the Steelers have to worry about themselves with here is the $30 million in signing bonus money that would come off immediately in a trade. But that goes counter to the base salary, right? Because they save in base salaries. Base salary is not guaranteed. That's the money that comes off your books. So $32 million comes off their books immediately for the upcoming year in base salary, but $30 million of bonus money hits their books instantaneously, King. So it's a $2 million of savings. $2 million of savings to TJ Watt's deal on top of getting out from under the $15 million roster bonus that would hit in 2028. These contracts are very confusing now, so understandable. But he is in play, my man. He is in play. Jordan says, I'm not worried about Burrow's health. If he goes to a team that protects him, Stafford was beat to hell in Detroit for longer and had nagging injuries. It's a good point. Maybe worthwhile the risk there. HHG Puka loses $1 million every time he bites someone. Jeez, he might have lost a whole contract this year. He might have to wait a whole year on his contract just because of those bite marks. Literally. Yeah, Pumpkin agrees. Trap Cat says CBS media analysts have Seattle going 15-2 this season, and they have the Rams going 16-1. The Rams are not going 16-1. No way. No way. Okay. Everyone can hear you, okay? Dr. Seahawk, glad we extended Hall, but we need to get Spoon done before camp and sign Clowney. Amen. Where's my enough said button?
Enough said.
Amen, man. Amen, Dr. Seahawk. Feed me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. You guys are very kind on all your sports channel. Hey, Brando, how is your day going? I hope they actually do the rivals jersey against each other this year instead of on different games. Happy Father's Day. Well, happy Father's Day to you too. I'm not actually a dad, so I guess I'm a father to Pumpkin here. So I guess technically I'm her dad. But thank you, man. Happy Father's Day as well out to you on that side of it as well. And that would be cool. Yeah, I'd like to see the rivalry jerseys go at each other. You know, a little bit better coordination on that front from the NFL would be kind of cool. That would be nice. Kind of the rivalry jersey grew on me. First, I was like, it's just an Oregon Duck jersey, but it sort of kind of started to grow on me a little bit. I'm still all about the throwbacks since, I still think it should be throwbacks 24/7. Unicorn tight end, Megan. I'm not quarterback, but unicorn tight end. And the unicorn tight end would be what's called the H-back tight ends. So there's two different style of tight ends. There's the tight end that's on the ball. He's acting almost like he's right next to the offensive tackle. They're hip to hip. They're in alignment purely. That guy's an inline blocking tight end. And then there's what's called an H-back tight end. And this is a tight end that's going to be about a yard off the line of scrimmage. They're going to be up behind the butt of a tackle, or they're going to be lined up as a slot wide receiver. And what's going on right now is that teams are chasing after the H-back tight end right now. They're overdrafting these guys right now. So you're seeing Terrison Ferguson, you're seeing Elijah Arroyo go in the second round when they probably shouldn't go that high because the NFL is hyper chasing right now these mismatches. They're hyper chasing this kind of player that can be this big guy who runs like a wide receiver, That's the way to sort of think about it. Big guy runs like a wide receiver. And so you're trying to create mismatches with that because they see you bringing out tight end and they go, okay, you're going heavier personnel. We're going to go with heavier personnel. We're going to go with our linebackers and no more cornerbacks. Let's get our big old dogs out there that can be beefy. But then you have the guy run past those beefy guys. Kind of that's what they're trying to do. So tight ends, not unicorn quarterbacks, but unicorn tight ends. That's right. We did have Michael Vick. That's true, Brian. I forgot about him. He made up for a lot of the other soft tossing lefties. Where's the other Kitty B? Zena's more shy. She comes around time to time. We have emus, not ostriches here. I heard it was down in Australia. They said that that's where he had the whole story of Megan was that he supposedly flew out some buddies down to Australia for ostrich races. Admittedly, I didn't go deep into this. I didn't go down the dark cavernous trail of the rabbit hole on that one. I was kind of like, all right, that's an interesting story, but I'll take their word for it. But pretty wild how far this kid kind of took it. Coke and Brandon, why is everyone talking about what they want to see from Fleury, et cetera, et cetera? All I want to see is a pencil in both ears during a preseason game, and I'm sold. Amen, man. The power of the Sharpie up in the hat cannot be understated. The more pens, the more stronger the power of the offensive coordinator, I say. Yeah, Pumpkin is very opinionated. He's like, it's the off season. No long shows. Give that kitty lasagna. It worked in the papers for years. Yeah, modernize the throwback. That's the way to go with this, man. It's smacking them in the face. It is Pumpkin's world. Oh, you're good, Megan. They're really chasing. And you saw with this, Megan, if you look at the Rams, not only did they do this with Ferguson last year, they came back and took this exact archetype player in the second round of Max Clare. So it goes to show you how hard these teams are chasing for this. It's not merely that the Rams are just simply adding tight ends. They're adding a certain component of tight end, a certain type of tight end to try to draw to this mismatch. And that's why you'll hear me call these guys you'll hear me reference as we go in the future, these unicorn type tight ends, because the league is chasing this in general. What did we almost see? I think we almost saw a league record for the number of tight ends taken in this last draft. And it just goes to show you, we have a lot of talk about the looking of these teams for the Nicky Manwari replication. Not a lot of people are talking about how many of these teams are really chasing hard after the 12 and the 13 personnel and the unicorn tight end now. It seems to be where everybody's kind of heading towards a bit. Banker, Brando, I think I cracked the code. Develop Simpson for 3 years, then trade to Jets, Browns, insert bad organizations for 2 firsts. That would at least make it make sense to me, Banker, right? Like that versus ending up with a little bit of a lesser version of Goff at his best. Like, I don't wait 3 years to develop into that. I'll take that off the back of the bus when I walk in the door. I ain't waiting 3 years for it though. But your way at least makes sense. And that's the part that I have wondered with this, is that maybe they could eventually on this, if he doesn't become all that in a bag of chips, that, you know, you can at least package him and go get your stuff that way. Donnie in the house. How you doing, Donnie? Happy Father's Day. Yeah, Chris, that's a good way of putting it. An X-type tight end. So you got in your 3 wide receiver positions, you have your X, who will tend to be the weak side of the formation. This isn't universally true. This is tendency majority of the time. So your X receiver goes to the weak side of the formation, and he's going to be on the line of scrimmage. NFL rules state that you have to have a certain amount of guys on the line of scrimmage, meaning their toes have to be on the line, versus having other guys that can be off the line of scrimmage. And the reason why that's important is because certain guys you want to have off the line of scrimmage because it protects them from getting pressed to death. So an X wide receiver is on the line of scrimmage, and he's in threat because he's on the line of scrimmage of getting pressed to death. So that's why you need a bigger guy. A bigger dude can get off press coverage more easily. So then if you have a smaller wide receiver, right, a little more shiftier guy, but not a pure mighty tiny guy like a slot, you move him over where you have him as the Z. And the Z a lot of times is going to be over on the strong side of the formation. And the guy, and again, this sometimes changes on who's strong side, who's weak side, but he's a yard off the line of scrimmage. So he gets some of the same built-in protections as like the H-back tight end. I'm going to get a free release. I'm here to make my money as a pass catcher more than even as a blocker, you know? So that's where the designations of these types are so important. But these tight ends now, they're going to try to be able to flex them from anything from tight end out to that X position. Megan, Hawksnest heard that, but it was incorrect calling them ostriches down here. I mean, well, you know, us Americans, we're not always big on the details of anything outside of our own country. Ostrich, emu, same thing. We're not one for those finer tuned details. Mick, hey, Brandon, who has been a player on our team that you've been really surprised by in the last couple of years, whether it's how good the player has become or can it be how disappointing they've been? Ooh. It's a good question. Hard to find the disappointments in that somebody stood out in that way. I will give you 2 on this. I will say that Jackson Smith and Jigba being able to transition and not only like split up reps 50-50 and playing on the outside, but living on the outside and then dominating on the outside as a development is incredibly surprising to me. Because there's just not a track record of players doing this. Going from being a slot only guy in college, slot to start your career out in the NFL, and then you go to becoming an outside guy. That's kind of second to none. And to become the best wide receiver in the sport, at least statistically, in that transition is just, that's mind blowing. The disappointment side I would point to would be Tariq Woolen. Tariq Woolen came in here and maybe gave you the best year of his career in his rookie year. And the fact that this kid was so well set up with the tools he has to become the best corner in the sport, and that he could not really ever fully maximize that as much because mentally he just couldn't get fully checked in. It's pretty disappointing. You never like to see basically Hall of Fame talent kind of wasted. And in my opinion, with Woolen, with the first year that he had out the gate and the promise that he showed, there's a little bit of wasting going on here, in my opinion, when it comes to him. Trap Cat must be cat law. All streams in the offseason are 30 minutes or less. That's true, man. She's over here like, come on. What do you got even to talk about? Megan says the Hawks Nest with Simpson being a Nepo pick. There's no way the Rams don't make that work, right? I think that they're in a very interesting situation a couple of years from now because there is going to be a draw to want to make it work right. There's going to be a draw not to have it come back and reflect poorly for you. Reasons you mentioned there is that if it does go wrong, there's going to be a lot more of a draw to say, was this really a Nepo pick? It's really because your general manager and the father were so tight that ended up pushing this to happen. That might come up. I think the thing that overrides that will be that if you still have a Super Bowl ready-made roster that is missing a quarterback making it go, you got to end up just eating your pride as a general manager at that point, and you just pivot around and move on and go get your next QB. So it all kind of depends on the state of where the Rams are at that point in time, and whether or not that holds down. But they're going to want to make it work. They're going to give Simpson time, to your point. He's not going to get rushed through the process, but I don't think that they're going to be just doubled down on him no matter what either. Oh, that sucks on the crossplay thing. Coke and Brandon, what do you think will be similar and different between Kubiak and Fleury when it comes to play calling and play sequencing? I think that Kubiak is a little bit more big game hunting in his approach. I mean, there are much more similarities between them than there are differences because they do run outside zone West Coast offense. So, I mean, even the terminology is going to be probably more similar than dissimilar. But I think that Kubiak has more of a penchant for wanting to take the deep shots and load up for that. I think Fleury's going to be coming from more of a background of patience and matriculating the ball up the football field. I think too, there's going to be a little bit more of a draw into playing a little more of the 21 personnel versus 12 personnel. You're going to see more I formation looks next year versus the 12 personnel, especially if Oots can stay healthy. So I think that would be one play that stands out. I think that we don't know for sure if the part that we don't know for sure is whether or not the run will be there as far as initially. Okay. So there's some long answers on some of these questions. Okay. So you have Grubb leave. Grubb leaves last year because he doesn't have a commitment to running the ball. Mike gets pissed about that. Mike wants the next guy to come in here to run the ball. Kubiak comes in here and man, does he pound and does he run that ball and I'm going to run the ball and we're going to be 29th in passing attempts. Now, is that Kubiak going to do that by his philosophy or is that Mike, over the top of him saying we're going to run the ball yay amount of times? I say this because that then makes it hard to predict on what the run rate's going to be. And the thing with Seattle is that they would oftentimes come out and as opposed to typical West Coast offenses, Koken, which would set up the run by passing first, you were running. So hard to say on how Fleury rolls with this. We don't have a track record with Fleury on what he calls or how he calls because he's never called games before in his life. So these are somewhat going to be guesses on my part. But 21 personnel, a little bit less big game hunting, probably would be the two main differences. But hard to say on sequencing because I've never seen Fleury call a play before. There are countries outside the U.S. Byron Murphy looking good, man. I'm with HHG, Megan. No country existed before 1776. That's the American mindset. Draft Cat agreed. Reek has tons of potential. I was so happy he didn't get traded at the end of the deadline last season when everyone said he was, but he just keeps blowing his chances. Yeah, there's times you can feel him locked in. There's runs of games where you can feel like when it is locked in, how good he could be. But it is a guy that I think just maybe read a little bit of his press clippings after that first year, kind of laid a little bit off the gas, didn't quite drive in the way that other players can drive. And like, look, I don't want to seem like I'm shading Reek on this. I mean, I think it's a human tendency a lot of us would fall prey to. You're suddenly a multimillionaire. Now can you be as hungry as you've ever been in your life? Now can you fight every day like you're starving? I don't know if I can. I got millions in the bank. Maybe I'm just chilling. So, it wasn't bad necessarily. It wasn't a situation where the guy just completely fell off. Certainly Philadelphia gave him a decent contract, but he could be so much more. He could be so much more. King says, I see. If the TJ Watt trade was feasible, What would you want to give up to acquire him? I feel like he's a declining player at this point. I think that's a great point on your part. You have a guy that's an older player and a guy that is going to be on a significant contract that's probably going to need a correction moving on to the future. And that's going to be an interesting part of, well, maybe not. Maybe the team, because the thing with this too becomes 2027, he has a $32 million base salary, and 2028, he has a $21 million base salary, but then he has a $15 million bonus. So the $32 million cap hit, and then he has a what is essentially a $36 million cap hit in 2028. All being said, maybe just let him play out the contract, right? The cap will keep rising, and you're not on the hook for any bonus money at that point. I'm not giving up a first round pick, obviously. I would say that I would do a second plus, probably like a second and a fourth king. Maybe I would do a second and a third if I gave it a lot more thought. And, some of this does depend on where his health is at, right, King? Like if he's on some line where I call Pittsburgh and they're going to give me an answer of like what the Raiders were giving the Ravens, where they're like, look, he just had this surgery done. Like you are getting a guy where there's some risk here, but this going in. Don't do this whole, we're going to fail the physical crap on us later down the line. We're letting you know. So some of this has to be a little bit determined by where he really is health-wise. But, I think he's at a point at this time where you're probably getting about that second round pick plus a kicker of day 3 in there. That'd be about as much as I'd be giving up on that. And I would be willing to give that up. I think that, that's the thing that stands out to me on this. Megan was asking earlier on the show about this, like, who are you trading for at the deadline on this, King? And the one thing I will say about this is that the options are not varied and unlimited when it comes to edges right now. There might become somebody who becomes available. There tends to be, historically speaking, somebody at the deadline that becomes available from a team that's fallen off that thought they were going to be good. But there's no guarantees. And I will say right now, it's as lean as it's been in recent times, considering the fact that teams are running the ball so much and we have so few, as we've had in the last 10 years, really great pass rushers all across the sport. Like, I think last year we had only 18 guys that had 10 sacks or more, which was the least amount in the NFL since like 2017. So pass rushers are as important as ever right now into this upcoming year, and they're harder to kind of find as ever before right now because there's just not as many of them. So if you got a good one, you hold on to them. Mick, hey, Brandon, I posted a video on his story on Instagram where he kept on saying, "Go Commanders" a bunch of times. This is getting so messy. What are the Niners doing? It's after July, I guess, that they were going to hold on to him too, and that they've been holding out this whole time into thinking that they're going to get a trade offer before July, that somebody would take that contract on, which is not, of course, everybody understands there's no way that's going to happen. I've long said I don't understand what the Niners are doing in this situation, and this is reflective of an organization that's got some things wrong within it. It's not collectively that everything is wrong, but that there are some problems fundamentally in the way that they're going about their business in some ways here that just aren't exactly adding up right. I don't know what they hope to get from this Ayuk situation. It has spoken to the whole time of being sour grapes and punitive, their approach in the situation. And that's not the way an organization should operate. That's not the way a multi-billion-dollar organization should operate. You should be smarter than that. So I don't get it. As I said 3 months ago when Niner fans were trying to come to my chat being like, we'll get a trade. Somebody will offer a trade for him. Nobody's offering a trade for him. Release him and keep it moving. It's silly. Banker, what does your top 10 draft prospects ever on paper look like? Oh my gosh. I'd have to think hard and long about that one probably. Well, you'd put Elway out there. You'd have to put Andrew Luck out there. I would put, I got to go through, of course, just mainly my lifetime and thinking about this. It's hard to go further back. Now, these would be draft prospects, by the way. So these are the hype machine of them coming out, not actually what they were. I think that's the important thing. Couple quarterbacks on there. Barry Sanders. Barry was ridiculous. You've got the guy, the Packers. Who was the guy that they had? You got Tony Mandrich. I put Tony Mandrich on their banker. The roid guy. Steve Entman. I think that's 5 or 6. Michael Vick. Vick was freakish coming out of Virginia Tech. Calvin Johnson. Nobody that big moved that fast. That was absolutely absurd. How about we put a hawk on there? Aaron Curry. He's supposed to be the next LT. And we'll finish the list off with Deion Sanders. I think that's a pretty good list there. A couple outliers on there. King says, I don't even know if I'd be comfortable giving up a second for him, TBH. Coming off a down year, injuries have started to hit. Unless he's popping off this year or something, and his health is great. I guess it's tough to say at this point. Maybe we'll know more during the season. I think you touch on really the most important part of this, King Bomber, is that, there's really no reason to make this move to Pittsburgh right now or to make the overtures right now. That you can afford by the position you stand in to sit and let this play out a bit. And there's a couple reasons that it's in your best interest to do so. That $30 million of base salary, King Bomber, if you wait to halfway into the year now becomes $15 million as far as the remaining sum. Like it becomes a more pliable contract for you to work on the books. It lets you have a chance to see where your edge rush is by that point. It also gives you an opportunity, to your point, to let you see where TJ Watt's at as far as, has he bounced back? So it does let you make more of an educated decision at that point. I think the thing that does stand out to me on maybe being a little more open to making it than you, though I'm not hardlining on this or saying that it has to be done or that we got to go do it, is that limited option thing that I keep coming back to, where I have people that will sometimes bring up names of guys that are certainly fun names, but that are not movable contracts. Like a Brian Burns, for instance. It's not a movable contract. Giants cannot get rid of him. That's why Thibodeau's the guy being talked about and not anybody else. And so that's where when I've done the studying on this and I've gone team by team by team by team and to look at what will be available if it becomes a need, the options do become a little bit limited, unless we're just getting a guy that's kind of a Dante Fowler, pure rotational piece type dude, But I get your misgivings. He's getting older and the injury stuff has popped up. I will say 2023, 17 games, 2024, 17 games, 2025, 14 games. So, he played 83% of the snaps, collective snaps for the Steelers in 23 and 86% of the collective snaps for the Steelers in 24. So there is at least, I agree that the injury stuff has popped up, but he has been out there a good amount. Branker, at what point will Brando tune in for the World Cup? Also, I'm surprised no bets were made between yourself and Megan. I can't. Soccer's just not for me. I can't. I've tried. I'm the same way with hockey. These sports are... And there's nothing happening. No scoring's happening. Just... I start to get tired. My eyes get a little sleepy. I was thinking about Deion. He'd be 11 on there. Special mention to Deion. Special mention to Bo. Trevor Lawrence might maybe on that one. Maybe. He'd be on the out. He's definitely another one of those guys right on the outside in on being like, if he ain't in the top 10, it's on that 11-12 front of things. Who wins the NAFC and NFC South this season? The NFC South's easy for me. I'm buying the stock on Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay all day on the NFC South. That one's very simple. As far as the AFC South, that of course becomes a little bit tougher. No, it doesn't. I'm going to go with the Texans. Texans are going to win that division. Jacksonville falls back. Colts aren't quite the same. So I give the Texans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers the nod. Former Seahawks Christian Fourier really doesn't like Deion Sanders. Oh. This is Hawks Nest. How are we friends if you don't like smash and bash, i.e. hockey? Shh. Shh. Hockey is better. I do like Tired Canadian, the fact that it's got some violence and they get after it. I abhor soccer with the flopping and the, but at least they do get after it. Space, I'm laughing out loud here, Brandon. I'm not a soccer guy. No offense to soccer guys. No, I mean, I get people love it. I understand why it's a sport, the athleticism and the speed and coordination. It's just one of those ones where it's just the eyelids start getting a little heavy and then they start flopping and then my eyes start rolling. Yeah, AFC South is a little tougher to pick, man. I have less confidence in that one. I do love what the Houston Texans have done this offseason. I do think that they finally have done a better job of addressing their offensive line. I liked their approach in the draft. I thought that they added parts that were going to, really help them in the draft really quickly, in my opinion. They've gotten some depth on that line, on top of some strength there too. So I think they'll be the one to do it, but that's definitely a division that's going to be a very hotly contested division. Titans are going to be better too. I'd rather watch golf over soccer and hockey. I need something to happen. I can't have we've gone 30 minutes and nothing. I can't end off the game 0-0. I can't do that. Coca Brandon, who's your top 5 quarterback, running backs, wide receivers of all time? Oh my gosh, there's a list for you. We'll go top 3. We got Tom Brady. I go probably Tom Brady, Joe Montana. It's hard to make them. It's a tough one there on the quarterbacks because a lot of ways you can go on that one. Statistically driven, winner driven. I know Elway is one that gets banged around by a lot of people because they look at his stats and you just have to look at through the different era and age. And he literally threw teams on his back to get to the Super Bowl, albeit he'd get blown out in the Super Bowl and all that. And if that was only his legacy, then I don't think you could keep him on there as the third best. But the fact that he won 2 at the end cements it. I have a hard time putting Aaron Rodgers on there with just 1 Super Bowl win. I have a hard time with the leadership angle of it. People get caught with how pretty the ball is with the way he throws it and spins it. And I know he's won his MVPs. But, I mean, if we're making that argument, a guy like Peyton Manning could probably supersede him on that front of it, couldn't he? And he's actually got 2 Super Bowl championships. Running back, Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, Jim Brown. Probably like LaDainian Tomlinson. I don't have Emmett as a top 5 all-time back. Henry would probably be 5, and then 4 would be... Four's a tough one, man. Who would I have it for? Oh, Walter Payton. I'll put Payton. Yeah, so we'll go LaDainian 4, Payton 3, and I will go with Barry Sanders and Jim Brown in front of him. Wide receivers, Rice, Largent. Randy Moss. Larry Fitzgerald. And I'll be the last guy on there. Oh, Calvin Johnson. What am I thinking? My gosh, Calvin. There we go. He's letting to be a JJ. He ain't gonna be a JJ. Hawks Nest will have to change the main character in my pool again based on you, a bit of hockey player. What's up, Mace? How you doing? Thug says, I think I'm in the minority, but I think the Titans could really surprise some people. They're the most improved by any team in terms of coaching, or look like the real deal versus us. They might. They are playing a tough division, which will be very competitive and make it harder on them. But I think they've had a really good draft. I think you look at their first 4 picks and could probably find 4 starters in there that could be able to contribute really immediately for them. They've got some developing parts beyond even, him last year. Iona Moore was looking like a pretty good player for them. So yeah, they're coming along, man. They're getting the line slowly on point. I like where they're going. It's possible. It's all in the second stop, learning the lessons of the first there with the Jets. You can always ask long questions here, man. It's all good. T.O. or Calvin? Calvin. Terrell Owens had drop-by-dis issues that I didn't have to worry about as much with Calvin Johnson. And I got to worry about Terrell in the locker room. Those are the 2 big deficiencies with Terrell. Great receiver, fantastic production, but locker room cancer, and he doesn't get as much reputation for some of the hands of stonesness going on there, but it was there. Filler, Largent over T.O.? Yeah. It's the math that I think it's hard to do for fans at times, in that we look at sports in different eras and there's different ways of, and I think this is especially clear in basketball, which you see the debate in basketball between players of the old and players of the new and comparing them. And then it becomes the statistical comparisons. And it's like, you got to factor in what's going on with the sport, and if the sport in basketball, for instance, is creating more possessions and more attempts and more opportunities to score, it's got to kind of factor into how you're looking at at that guy's pure production, because that's what happens is that when we're looking at statistics, we're just trying to measure a statistic to statistic and not actually bear in true measurable impact, which is harder because you can't just lean on statistics to take that note of where that lands. With Steve Largent, you've got to remember with him, Filler, that when he retired, he had every major receiving record in the entire National Football League in tow. He didn't just have like a couple of them. He had every major receiving record under his umbrella. Terrell Owens did not when he retired. And so I know that there is a significant difference as far as Terrell's got 15, almost 16,000 yards receiving. Largent's got 13,100. So is there a couple thousand yards of difference in receiving? Sure. Yeah. But the thing that doesn't get remembered about with Largent when I've had these discussions at times in the past is just, how much he had on lock at the end, how much he had really collected under his umbrella. And he did this at a point in time of playing in a run-first offense throughout his entire career. He did so without having a Hall of Fame quarterback ever slinging him the rock. He did so playing for an expansion franchise. He did so double teamed through the majority of his career, yet still getting that production nonetheless. And that those are all factors outside of his control. And so you got to look to me with Largent, obviously one of my all-time favorite players, but when looking at just merely trying to present a statistical comparison between him and an Isaac Bruce that's the thing with this statistical comparison thing. And you guys think I have had some heated debates with Jake. Me and Jake have had a very heated debate over the fact that Jake wants to make this discussion point that he presents that Randy Moss is actually, or that Isaac Bruce is a better receiver than Steve Largent, that he had more of an impact. He goes, well, Isaac Bruce got 15,000 yards and Steve Largent only had 13,000 yards. So it's obviously clear if you just look at the stats, right? Well, but again, where was the leagues at that time? What was the pass run rate at that time? Were you playing on a happy pass first offense, like, the greatest show on turf? You got to take these things into where if we're just looking at statistics, we're not getting the whole story, in my opinion. But that's where, to me, the records are the important part of this with Largent, where every major receiving record, most catches, receiving yards, catch of the game, receiving touchdown, all was under him. He had gathered it all. It was under separate parts prior to him. A little bit of Charlie Young over here, a little bit of this guy over there, a little bit of this guy here, a little bit of art, and then it all got collected under his umbrella. A stream where yourself in the chat makes the top 10 Seahawks players all time would be fun. Yeah, maybe we'll try to come up with something like that. There's not always a lot of interest in those kind of streams, I find, but that'd be fun. You guys got some good lists here. Who'd you have as running back one? Barry Sanders is my favorite running back of all time. I'd put Jim Brown second, and then I'd put Walter Payton. Tyler B., do you really think the Niners are Crosby away from being a Super Bowl contender? Yeah. It still remains the same issue that they deal with right now, Tyler, being that the talent is there. It's the health. And that the health is not just a small question, but the health is like one that this has sunk you the past couple of years in 49er land. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, Tyler, I do. It's just all about really the matter of, can their health sustain? Can an old roster sustain? That's the question with them. But yeah, it would absolutely make them a Super Bowl contender. Largent was a little guy too. He was outside receiver as well, not a slot guy. He lived on the outside. He was the X receiver for your Seahawks. Largent played at a very dangerous time and had hands in the angel. That's the other part of it, is like he had to go up against completely different secondaries than the type of secondaries these modern players got to go through, where they get to run free and true through the middle of the defense and not have to worry about anybody taking a forearm shiver across their jaw and breaking their jaw, which literally did happen to Steve Largent. So it's like, it's a bit of the problematic point of looking at things and being like, I'm going to judge this tit for tat. Just statistically based, because there's so many more factors that go into what was going on with the game at each separate points of time that probably should be part of the math. Three guns deep. How many of today's players would have had hands of stone if they had to play when Steve Largent played? Oh, many of them, because Steve didn't, of course, play with gloves. He was bare hands his whole career. So, he also did all of his work just without having those nice sticky gloves. Just another thing that's definitely helped out receivers to a degree going forward and making them more efficient for the position. Steve came in right at the time where they had banned Stickum. So there was like that transitional period from Stickum was like proliferating everything to like no gloves to then gloves kind of come up into the late 80s. Yeah, Master Chief, I definitely think the Rice is number one, but Rice came in and basically instantaneously obliterated all of those records that Largent kept. And while I would not argue in the least that Rice is by and away, far away, the best receiver that's ever played and maybe the best football player that's ever played, it also then kind of covered up a little bit of Largent's greatness that had happened so fast after he had collected those records. And I think it's part of why he gets forgotten a little bit about historically speaking. But that's why it's also important to mention this record thing, how to measure greatness of a guy from this generation to that generation. Well, when this guy retired, he had collected all of these records. He produced the best of these stats across the board at his position of anybody else in NFL history prior to him coming along. I think that that's worth something when trying to gauge that guy historically speaking, especially when considering up against a guy with Rice who had all of those factors working in his favor that Largent didn't have. So Rice wasn't playing for an expansion roster. Largent wasn't having work in progress with his coaches. Rice had offensive first head coaches who liked to pass the ball at the forefront, meaning he was going to get his opportunities. Whereas Largent operated not only in a run heavy time as far as the NFL was concerned, but he was operating in one of the most run heavy offenses that existed in the entire sport during that period of time. But he was still dominant. He was still producing. He was still hyper productive. And that makes it so impressive. But it's when you make the comparisons between the two, one's got Joe Montana and Steve Young throwing him the ball. The other guy's got Zorn and Dave Craig. A little bit of a difference there. Wee little bit of a difference. I don't know about that, Megan. I don't know about that. Marshall's fallen. I don't know if I put him top 5 all time. But he's good. My cousin thinks Josh Jacobs is top 5 all time back. No, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I don't like stats either on this stuff for comparative sake. I really don't. Because it's like, it's just, we got a 17th game season added now here. It's just like, We had a time in NFL where you're playing 14 games and then it went to 16 games. In fact, I think in Largent's first couple of years of his career, it was still in 14 games. It's like, Osmoka, Largent's payback hit on Harden makes him ahead of OTO. I wouldn't argue against that. Tyre Canadian, Largent, Rice, Megatron, Fitz, and Moss. Beat that, I dare you. Yeah, look, that's a good list to me. That's the list right there. That's the one. Yeah, that can be good. I think Niners are dangerous. I've been having a lot of people push thinking they're gonna. I've been finding myself being pro Niner a little bit in some of my debates. Coke and Brando, where would you rank Mahomes in all time? A lot of people think he's number 2 right behind Brady. Yeah, I can't quite get there myself with him. I think that he's had as impressive a start for a quarterback as anybody through his first few years. I think certainly he's done even enough at this point as a 6-time Pro Bowler to be obviously Hall of Fame, worthy. But he's more of a guy that you would be talking about in top 10 designation right now, more than I think you're talking about him as top 3, top 4. Maybe you want to put him up even into like 7 range or something, but I think that it's a little early to put him quite to top 2. Maker, okay, Brandon, how would be on your top list of Seahawks list? Zoran, Wilson, Gino, include Donald too. How would be on the top of your? You mean the best Seahawks? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Sorry, I'm a little confused. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of rating different players, different eras. It gets tough on that. It's a bit of a not an exercise. It's really, I think, productive probably. I also meant going across the middle and getting knocked out. Yeah, it was an era where you were, and watching the Largent tape, I've done some work on a Largent video I'll eventually do for the channel, and I got some cut-ups prepared for it. And like those guys back in the 80s, you know, the forearm shiver that Largent suffered that got his jaw cracked and broken, that he got a revenge for a couple weeks later, that was a common hit that Largent suffered on the field. Like it happened to break his jaw that time, but I can find you plenty of other cut-ups of guys taking their forearm and going up across his head, and specifically the safety closing in up over the top, understanding that safety's already ranging there to double team prior to the snap. So he's already with a head of steam towards Largent in his direction. And those guys were coming in to injure. They weren't coming in to tackle. They were coming in to take a shot. And he was so tough, man. He would just take it and pop right back up every single time. It was phenomenal. What can I say, Megan? What can I say? Filler B, is there a scenario in which you would see one of Crosby, Watt, or even Jalen Carter being traded before the start of the season? And if not, a D lineman you have a wild card position to watch for? I don't really have a wild card position I'd say I'd watch for. That's part of that little bit. There's some limited options right now as it stands on the outside looking in. I could see all three of those guys being moved at one point or another. And I certainly could see, especially in the case of a Crosby Carter, you know, that if the Eagles need to find a creative way to get the trade done with the Raiders, that you're including Carter. Because there does seem to be indications out of Philadelphia that they do not feel comfortable in paying Carter. And it's not like Philadelphia is uncomfortable in paying defensive linemen. They just paid Jordan Davis a lot of money. But it seems to be that they're making a bit of the selection here of we'll pay Jordan, but we're not necessarily as interested in paying Jalen. And I think I can understand why. He really is a pass rush defensive tackle that can sometimes go quiet in games. He's not kind of as much of the dominant force as reputationally he gets throughout the league by general fans. And so it would not shock me if all three got traded. I'd probably say that I'd expect at least one of them to get moved. But it's a fluid situation. I mean, there's, you know, the Steelers are good. Watt's not going anywhere. If the Eagles are really good, then Carter's probably not going anywhere. But likewise, if those teams are bad, then there's probably more of a chance of him being moved. Al Bundy had 4 touchdowns in a single game, so they say. Coke and Brand, I'm worried about our quarterbacks other than Spoon. I don't have anyone else. I don't love anyone else. Job usually gets picked on for a reason. I really hope Neil can figure it out sooner than later. Love for him and Bud. Yeah, I think Job, I might like Job a little bit more than you on that. I think they've done a good job of really reinforcing the depth, man. But Job, I think, is a guy, like you say, does get picked on a lot because teams don't want to throw at Devin and they don't want to throw at him and Wari. But, I mean, I thought he played really well and held up really well last year. Good contract, too. But I think we got better depth than we had last year at the position. In addition to being pretty strong on the starters. Yeah, if you didn't get a chance and you haven't seen it, look up the Largent story of getting his jaw cracked and getting his revenge. It's one of the cooler stories in NFL history. Yeah, so 3 guns deep. They only played 14 games when he first came in, being Largent. And that's where we go back to that. Harder to compare that against a guy like a Terrell who plays a 16-game season, right? Through his whole career. We'll see with Kubiak. I feel like my impression is that the Raiders understand they got to give this thing time just by how jumpy they've been with some of their other hires, but it would fit the type that they'd be fast with Kubiak. That's for sure. But there's more peace here, Industry Worth. That's for sure. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Bubba, Brando, I honestly feel like Fitz is a bit overrated. I've always viewed him as the Frank Gore of receivers. Oh, no. He was really good for a long period of time. I mean, he was top notch. And I mean, he produced on that Super Bowl team that won. And so it wasn't just on loser teams. The guy, it's not his fault necessarily that he ended up on the Cardinals as the place, he's going to have his career. But my man's got like 4 seasons in his career with 100 catches. 4 seasons with 1,400 yards, 121 receiving touchdowns. I certainly think, to your point, there's a little bit at the end there in the last 3 years where, he's playing a little bit more of the slot and, he's not the same player he was, and he's kind of tacking on a little bit of the extra at the end there. But him in his prime was ridiculous. I mean, he used to give Marcus Trufant the business every time they played him, and just you felt when he was at his best unguardable. I never felt like in playing Frank Gore that he was this unguardable piece, or that this thing that we just could not deal with or handle. We literally, a couple of times of playing him there in 6, 7, 8. I'm like, we don't have the guys that can cover this guy. Like, literally. We got to have that respect in your industry with, you know what I mean? And unfortunately for our guy, Jimmy, he just couldn't handle the respect angle. He didn't want to have discussion. So it's the way it goes sometimes. Whether Largent and Drew Pearson were teammates for 1 year at Tulsa, 4th rounder and undrafted, both in the Hall of Fame. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Brandon, who are Bud Clark and Julian Neal as players? What are their traits and impact in the game? I know Bud's a ball hawk, but don't know much about Neal. Bud Clark is safety, slot, corner, can do both, can put them all over the place. He's basically, the skill set that he has at the forefront is that he's going to be around the ball and he's going to play coverage really well and be tight in coverage. So he's a safety of the future who's going to give you ball skills. Neal's a physical outside corner that works really well within the system. Fluid with this system, and that this is what he ran in college, this defensive scheme. Really good tackler, good all around strong player. Very good in zone as well. Compress or play off coverage and zone. So both players they're really flexible, versatile pieces. We're good. Let's make sure we keep the peace, chat. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, please, please. Peace. Thomas Brando, did you see the DK interview on the Mike Robb podcast? He kept saying the grass is greener. I need to see more, but I wasn't convinced, especially after Seattle winning a Super Bowl. Well, I think that's an interview from last year, Thomas. So I think you're seeing is the interview that he had there right as he was in the process of, I think, just about the trade was to be due to happen or just did happen, and then he came in there. But I unless I'm mistaken, I don't think that's the current deal. And that's what he was anticipating in the trade. And I don't think that he knew that it was going to play out the way it's played out. But I think as well, like when you listen to these players talk in these interviews, Thomas, you got to understand public relations and what they're told to say and how they're told to present stuff is really more at the forefront here. And you can't just take what they say for granted and be like, well, he's just telling me that's what it is. There could be about 15 different things in the background we have no idea about, including he just wants to be over on the East Coast rather than the West Coast. And he just didn't want to be in Seattle. Maybe it was the 5-year contract the Steelers gave him. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this. That's where I don't like playing the what about game or what it could be game when we don't really know. And I think that these players sometimes will sell us on a bill of goods of what the reality is, and it's not really the truth of it. Daniel, I 100% don't understand a TJ Watt trade, not on his current contract. He is 1,000% not worth $30 million a year. If he can come in at $20 million, sure. Outside of that, let the Steelers suffer on the bad extension. So I'm not sure $40 million a year. I'm not sure where we're getting that number.
Daniel.
We got 30. It's definitely at the 30 million. So if you bring him in this year on game 1, it's 32 million. If you bring him in and then you got him on 2027 contract, it's 32 million. And then it's 36 million in 2028, which is definitely a tidy sum. I wouldn't undersell that, but it's kind of the halfway point, a little bit more closer to halfway between your 20 and $40 million figure, a little bit there. The other thing that I'm speaking to on this is you wait a little bit to the mid-season on the trade. So if it's mid-year and it's 16 million or 18 million for the remaining portion of the year on his base contract, is that within the realm if he's fairly strong and right around where he's been historically speaking? Yeah. 2 more years in the contract at that point isn't crazy amount for where the cap's going to be going up to, but I'm not ride or dying on this. It's on this hill. I'm okay with taking a pass. I think it's just a potential thing to pay attention to as a guy that could be a significant addition in helping this edge rush rotation, where he might become walking in the door now your best pass rusher. Obviously, there's a lot that is determined on where his health is, but the cost wouldn't be, insane. And there's some ways to maybe do some adjustments on the deal to make the numbers work a little bit more better. The bonus money gets to bleed out, though. The $30 million of bonus does bleed out, so it's not quite at the $40 million mark. If the Hawks traded for Baker Mayfield years ago, do you think the Hawks would be anywhere near as successful as now? I don't know. It's a good question. He's done pretty well for himself. What's up, Catalyst? Okay, Brandon, your go for having conversations with your fans. Most guys only respond to super chats. You truly do it for the love of the game, and that's why you're the best. Oh, man, thank you. I appreciate that. I love what I get to do, brother. DK could have gotten the range, just saying. He could have. But again, that's where I say I press back against. I know people have kind of glommed onto the grass is greener, and he wants to go play for a better quarterback, and he wants this, and I know why. I know DK said that. That's also the stuff that as a public relations person you would tell the player to say if there was other reasons. And Seattle wasn't willing to probably give him a 5-year contract. Seattle wasn't willing to pay him at that time of the offseason that he wanted to be paid. Financial security may be a big part of it. Wanting to go to the East Coast may be a big part of it. Guys are driven by different things. And I know we all want to think about these players just for the love of the game, and they all want to be champions, and they're all hyper competitive, and it's all about that. And that's the driving force. But some of these guys are in it for different reasons. And I don't know one way or the other with DK. I'm not trying to say that I do, but that I think just taking him at face value on him saying that, I think is not necessarily giving us the whole story on that situation a bit. Yeah, I don't think even with K9, and I'm sure it's a grass is greener with K9. I think it's just similar to DK. I think if you really break it down, it's probably, money was the big driving force, and ultimately those guys wanted to be paid. Can't blame them for it. But you also can't come out there in interviews and be like, look, I just want to get all my money. I want to get that 5th year. I need to get paid. It's like, you're getting blowback for that. People are going to rake you for that. If you say it's for love of one to win and to be for a fresh start, and you can sell that to the public a little bit. Industry, did we lose you? We got industry. Brian Burns' contract is not a movable one. The TJ Watt is a movable contract. The Brian Burns contract is not. You know, Thomas, I think those guys you put in there, Thibodeau, Highsmith, in addition to Watt, also worth paying attention to and keeping an eye on here. I hear you, Pumpkin. Yeah, HHG, it does sound like Baker and Bucks are far apart. Baker's won $60 million, and I don't think the Bucks are going to want to pay him that. I wouldn't want to either. I think he's done a good job to reclaim his career, but it's cost matters when you start getting to that price point. That starts to be a little bit much. I wouldn't have told you Bo Nix was going to be a bust. I thought he was going to a good landing spot. But some people are out there saying that base Grilla. That's for sure. Daniel, if I like Sam, but if he wants a reasonable, I like Sam if he wants a reasonable extension, but if he wants $60 million a year or something, how would you feel about trading him and bringing in Mac Jones on a 3-year Darnold contract? Connection to our OC. I don't want any part of Mac Jones. I don't want Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a hard no, but I'm open to your scenario. I'm open to being open-minded to it. And I don't think it has to be Darnold or bust or Darnold or draft or bust. I think going and finding some of these reclamating quarterbacks that have been tossed away is a smart approach. It's a market opportunity to go out there and potentially, be able to get a little bit of a depressed asset. So I'm willing to pay Sam too. This is just though like what we see the Bucs dealing with Baker Mayfield, where it's like, look, we want to pay you, but we're not letting you break the bank. It's not going to be the old quarterback way where you guys just go, I'm the next man up, so you got to pay me like the next highest mark of anybody in the sport. No, the hell with that. We'll pay you what you're worth, and this is what you're worth. You take it or you don't. And that's where I'd be with Sam. I'm not negotiating. I'd come to him and be like, here's where you're at. Here's the price we'll pay. Multi-year deal, Super Bowl contending roster, yay or nay. And just kind of take it from there, but not Mac. I've got to have some mobility in the pocket. I got to have a little more functional mobility in the pocket. Tired Canadian, TJ Watt's cap hit is $41 million this year, according to Sports Track. All right, so I can see we're definitely having some confusion here on the TJ Watt contract. Let me go ahead and bring this on in here to back up what I'm saying. I figure you guys, Tired Canadian, I'd figure at this point you guys would take my word for it on these deals, but I get it. You guys need me to prove it, so I will prove it to you guys. TJ Watt's contract right here. Here's all the details of the contract. Here's the cap hit with the base salary, the signing bonus, and all of that. So 2025 is gone. We don't have to worry about any bit of that contract at this point, which means what we have left is a 3-year contract. That is the remaining portion of it. So on the 3-year remaining contract, you have $10 million this year, $10 million next year, $10 million the year after that. That is $30 million of bonus money that goes off the books if they move Watt, Tired Canadian. Okay. So he has a $32 million base salary. Yes, he has a $42 million cap hit right now, but if you trade for him, $10 million of that bonus goes off the books this year, and his cap hit would only be $32 million. If you traded for him halfway into the year, it would only be $16 million. But the important and the key part of this is that this $30 million, 10, 10, 10, all of that is gone. This is gone as well. This is from last year. Bonus money off the books. So the $30 million essentially gets fully eaten up by the Pittsburgh Steelers, And then you as the Seattle Seahawks are only on the hook for the base salary. So there is a tremendous amount of confusion right now with the TJ Watt contract. I've had a couple of different comments and questions, and people have this is the deal right here. This is the exact structure of the deal itself. You can accommodate this deal. The Seattle Seahawks have salary cap space for days. They have $500,000 of dead money. If you have some hesitancy with TJ Watt because you're worried a little bit about the injury front of it or that side of it, or that you're not going to get the productivity, that's one thing of it. But from a cost basis, this is not going to be a crippling contract, which is a little bit of what's being presented out there in the chat a little bit to me on this in the show today, is that this is a crippling contract for us either in the now or the foreseeable future. It would not be. It would be a contract that you could fit and handle within your contract structure perfectly fine, albeit you'd want him to be productive and be around the level of where he's been as a player. I get that he's getting older, but remember with this, folks, that guys that just get in the early 30s does not mean as a pass rusher you fall off the cliff and that you're not going to be anything. If Myles Garrett's 30 years old, right? The Rams aren't hesitant on taking this kind of risk. Different players. Garrett's a little more of a certainty, right? But I think the point being is that he's not cooked. He's not spent. And you can fit this cost within, and you can manage this cost quite easily by how well you've set this cap situation up. It doesn't have to be TJ Watt or bust, but I see the 40 million mark getting thrown around a couple different times on this. And that's where you got to get into the details of the deal to actually unpack what the true real cost would be. Hopefully that provides some clarity on this. Coke and Brandon, I respect K9 wanting money, and I appreciate what he's done as a Seahawk, but since he's left, he's been talking S about the 12s as if he wasn't appreciated, which is just not true. Yeah, I get it. It is a little true, Koken. I do, and I'm doing shows every day during the season. I do about 4 or 5 shows a day. So throughout the whole half of the year last year and through a lot of off season and through a lot of the early time of Walker's career here, he got banged on by a lot of the fan base. Dancing too much, bad vision, I heard a lot about it. I had to do a lot of defending him against my chat. I don't think that he was disrespected here. I think it's probably now getting overstated. And who really cares, right? At this point, you got us a Super Bowl champion. He's out the door. He got paid. He got paid a record-breaking contract that we didn't want to spend the money on. If we were willing to give him the $15 million, he would have stayed here, and there wouldn't be any of this stuff with it. So there's a lot of this that's like just kind of just empty drama that's not worth a whole lot. And it's like money talks and bullshit walks. You know what I mean? You pay him the $15 million that Kansas City was going to pay him. He stays here and he's got no problems. You don't pay him the $15 million. You offer him 10. They offer him 15. Oh, suddenly there's a bunch of drama and problems to go through. I don't pay it much mind. It's kind of like just, man. Yeah, Pumpkin very chatty today. Devo Martall with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Devo. Appreciate you for that. Very kind support, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. He says, hey, brother, just checking in. I'm still here laughing out loud. Go Hawks. Well, Devo, you've got to be like 60 months deep on your membership, man, too. Thank you for the long time support on the channel, as well as being a long-time member on the channel as well. But good we got you in the house, man. Always puts a smile on my face seeing Devo in here. I hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you for the $20 donation. That's very kind of you. And you're well beyond 20 months, man. I know you've been on this thing. They did the old membership cancel thing to you, but I know you got to be on like 55 months or something. Do you remember your slam dunk on McCarthy, though? Dude might not even get through his rookie contract. Yeah, no, I got that one right. I've done pretty good on my quarterback evaluations. I'd even think that I think that even my Bo Nix one is right. I didn't think he was going to set the world on fire, but the bust talk was also one I wasn't buying into. And he hasn't been a bust. But he is, probably limited to I think the evaluation was right there where Payton would help him get to his upside, whatever upside he offered very quickly. But then you were going to be tapped getting out much further than that. I didn't know about his ankle surgeries and all that coming out of college, that stuff. Even Payton didn't know about all of those. But yeah, McCarthy one looking pretty right on that one. That was one of the stranger guys to get elevated in the process in recent memory. That was where teams should have known better on that one. Three guns deep. Do you think Kansas City is going to be very good this year, especially if Mahomes misses some games? No. And keep in mind with this three guns deep, I was a guy that a lot of people, like, I raised some eyebrows last year. I was on record of saying before the start of the season that the Kansas City Chiefs were going to miss the playoffs last year. And so, you know, I don't know if they're going to get to the point of missing the playoffs. I mean, some of this does depend a bit on the Mahomes' health. Certainly, if he's not playing a bunch of games, they're going nowhere fast. But even if he plays a bunch of games, I think there's a lot of question marks on that team. I think that offensive line has question marks and the receiving core has question marks. The tight end room is not great and very old with what you're going to rely on. You lost like 5 defensive starters off the other side of the ball. I'm a little bit skeptical of them just suddenly now getting right back into form like it's no thing. And that division still remains a very tougher division than it's been at times in recent history when they've been on their runs. So no, I think that they're a team that's probably like a 7, 8, 9 win team probably when it's all said and done. Thoughts on Joan Coleman in Denver this season? I think he eventually elevates to becoming the starter there. I was never a big RJ Harvey guy. And the health of the other dude, I can't remember there, the former first round, not former first round, but the former Ohio State guy that they had there that never seems like he can get fully healthy. But Coleman's a really nice back for that offense. And Sean Payton's had these kind of backs before that work good like him. You know, there's some reminders of trying to look at the name of this guy. I was trying to remember. It was not a Pierre Thomas there, but the other guy that they had there. Is it Deuce McAllister I'm kind of thinking of? Deuce might have been a little bit bigger than
Jonah.
Yeah, he's 6'1", so he's a little bit taller. It's kind of like a shrunken down McAllister with some of what he brings. I don't think he'll be that good. Like McAllister had a 1,600-yard year, but Coleman can be a 1,000-yard back on that team. That's going to really good offensive line too. So he'll work good out. They'll do the read option stuff with Nixon shotgun a lot. Coleman's a good RPO guy because of how he can be so good lateral change of direction, which is kind of what you know, downhill runs. You like the explosive guys. Shotgun runs, having the lateral change of direction guys. Nice to have the explosion too, but lateral change of direction is really nice because they can react really quick to penetration, even if the first hole ain't there. I think it's a good spot for him. And I think he ends up ascending to becoming kind of taking the starter snaps sooner than later. The only way Sam gets 55 to 60 million is he throws 60 touchdowns, 70 interceptions, goes 20-0. I don't know, man. I mean, if he puts together a 4,300-yard year and 35 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, he's probably going to be on the upper side of 50. Does he get to 55? Maybe not quite there. Is he 52, 53? Maybe. I'm not saying that I'd pay that. I'm just saying that that's where we start to get wondering about where the price is going to be at, really. Catalyst says, don't the Steelers have the bonus they have to eat if the trade? That's why I showed the exact deal here, man. So this is the numbers are right here, guys, on this as I'm going through it. So the money that the Steelers have to eat if they move Watt, there's 2 different bonus types, right? So there's the signing bonus and there's optional bonuses. Signing bonuses eat right off the rip. You trade a guy, that money's coming off your books instantaneous. Whatever bonus money I have left, in this case, I have $30 million of bonus money left on TJ Watt. I have to eat that $30 million if I am to move him. But you'll notice here, if you look at this deal, in 2028, he's got a $15 million option bonus on the books in 28. That does not come due. That comes due in 2028 for whatever team he's on the roster of at that time. Now, if the Steelers were to cut TJ, right? If they were, that $15 million then still becomes on the hook for them. They don't get out from under that $15 million. It still then hits. But if you trade him, the $15 million of option roster bonus money goes to the team you're trading him to. So it is only merely $30 million of bonus money. The TJ Watt trade, folks, take this to the bank. You're looking at it right here to the side of my face, right here on the screen. $30 million is what the Steelers eat. They have $32 million of base salary. The Steelers will save, not will cost, not will eat dead money, not will not be able to not sustain themselves. The Steelers will save $2 million of cap space with the TJ Watt trade if they move him day one, before the start of the NFL season. If they waited into the NFL season and a little bit longer at that time, then the savings are going to go down a little bit for them, right? Because then that's base money that they've had to pay out to him at that point. So timing on this also does matter a little bit. I know it's very confusing, folks, and it is one where it's the option bonus that's throwing everybody off on this catalyst, because option roster bonuses down the line didn't used to be a thing. It used to be merely base and bonus, and that combination would net out what you would end up having to pay year by year. Now you have base, bonus, option bonus, and hell, you even got void years sometimes thrown in there. There's no void years on TJ's contract, but it all does make it way more complicated than it used to be in trying to understand these kind of contracts and what they're really saying. I believe Stroud's good. Yeah, I think that people are throwing Stroud away, and I think that they're not recognizing, and this is something that we saw here, right, Thomas? So this is something we've long talked about in this chat about the quarterback position and the blind spot that exists in fans in looking at the quarterback position, and that people don't want to take into account supporting parts. It's all the superhero concept with quarterbacks. Are you out there flying on the high, overcoming all, tearing everything apart, just doing great things on your own, or not? And instead it should be more of, okay, are you succeeding, but what do you have around you to succeed or fail? Are you being set up to fail? Are you being set up to succeed? And Stroud, that's got to be a question people ask him, and understanding that you're going to have a guy beaten around for multiple years. You get 2 years into that process, you're going to see a different quarterback. Doesn't mean he's permanently built that way to then reside in that manner. It means that that's what that team has done by the damage that they've done to put him there. This is the same thing that affected Sam Darnold, of course, the Jets. And that's where you got to be careful about, throwing the guy away essentially for what's not something that's outside of his control. And we've learned it can be corrected. It can be corrected by putting him in a place where he's actually set up for success. $32 million is interesting. It does, man. It gets a little more interesting in this spot, doesn't it? Because now you're talking about just base salary. You're talking about non-guaranteed money really outside that $50 million bonus. And you're talking about a guy that, 32, 33, 34. You get the last of what he's got in his career. You've got a rotation here. You're not going to have to ask him to play 86% of the snaps, which the Steelers did in 2023. You're not going to ask him to play 80% of the snaps that the Steelers did in 2024. You're going to bring him in on that rotation, man. I'm not hardliner on it. For those who are a little anti-Watt, too much cost, worried about his injury, I understand you guys, and I can be swayed to that side. But I can go either way on this too. Where there's, I think, a strong argument on each. Have a good one there, Thomas. My pleasure. Anytime, Tara Canane. Sorry if I wasn't kind of explaining that very clearly. B. Skrilla says, who's giving Sam Darnold $40 million? Well, if he goes out there and just simply replicates what he did this season, B. Skriller, so then, he's put up 3 straight years of, really stellar play for the position, top 10 level quarterback play. So the question comes down to, is top 10 level quarterback play worthwhile of $40 million per year? Well, let's take a look here at the contracts. You guys are humming tonight. I figured you guys off season be chilling. We just keep having more people hopping in here. Grab the wrong stupid thing. What am I doing? Here we go. Sports track. Okay. So, highest paid contract in the sport on average salary paid $63 million and change to Patrick Mahomes. We've got Dak Prescott at $60 million, Matt Stafford at $55 million, Jordan Love at $55, Lawrence $55, Burrow $55, Josh Allen $55, Jared Goff $53 million. Has Sam Darnold done more than Jared Goff at this point? I think he probably has. I know Goff's gotten to a Super Bowl, but Sam's actually won one. Brock Purdy's at $53 million. Justin Herbert's at $52.5 million. Lamar's at 52. Jalen Hurts is at 51. Deshaun Watson's 46. Daniel Jones is at 44. Sam's people, B. Skriller, couldn't come up to Seattle's people and say Daniel Jones is where the floor starts on the negotiations. The point being on this, of course, is we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You know, we're at a top 14 quarterback pay average per year on Daniel Jones's deal, and Sam clears him. So, you know, if Daniel Jones is worth that as a lesser player on a deal signed a year prior, why wouldn't inflation kick that up to $50 million just purely on that basis alone? So not only is 40 million low, but 50 is probably more of where this is tracking to be at this point, Skriller. And I can understand if you want to say you don't want to pay that, but like Sam's got a right from his people's standpoint at that point to come to the table and say that we are worth this. So I can understand saying, I don't want to pay that, but that is what he will make. If he goes out and has another year next year, like he's done recently, whether it's us paying him or somebody else, there will be a team out there willing to pay him that. Hopefully this kind of shows it. Yeah, Skriller, if you're saying he should only get $32 million per year, you're saying he should get, again, Daniel Jones is the 14th highest paid guy at $44 million per year, so he should get $12 million per year, average less than Daniel Jones. That he should get $12 million less than Deshaun Watson. That he's that much of a reduced quarterback from those guys, or even Jalen Hurts at $51 million per year. So if you're saying at $32 million, you're saying, he's $19 million per year less worth of a Jalen Hurts. I mean, if it was just one quarterback we're kind of tearing this through, that'd be one thing. But it's like you got Justin Herbert making $52.5. He's never won a playoff game in his life. It sucks they're paid this much, Grilla. I mean, I'm with you on that, but it's the price of doing business on this. Yeah, Jordan, you're in the right spot. I'd love to get it down to 45, Brian. If we can talk him into 45, that'd be ideal. Thank you, Kogan. Sam without Kubiak now. Yeah, that's the problem with it though. You have the Vikings the prior year. So he put up even statistically a marginally better year maybe with the Vikings the prior season. And now if he puts up another year this year in the same manner, and that's kind of what we're anticipating here, Skriller. Obviously, if he falls on his face, we can talk about, market correction here. But if he just replicates what he's done the prior two seasons, which considering this offense is returning all of its starters, I don't think Kubiak's going to have that massive amount of effect when you have all that's returning around Sam. That's going to be worth that price. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Skriller, it's right here, man. These numbers are staring you. I'm sorting it by average salary per year right here by these quarterbacks. And $44 million per year, not just $40 million per year, but $44 million per year is, that's top 14. That's not even, we're not talking top 5 money here. You're talking top 14 money. Catalyst, how is the Vikings quarterback battle that close? Should Murray be the starter? I mean, I don't know if either guy is really going to drive as the full, it's kind of who's the best of the bad is what I would say about that. People are trying to hype up Murray, but I don't think he's going to suddenly take off out in Minnesota now. And they're picking through some bad parts there, really. I could see Sam taking a little bit of a discount too there, Jordan. That's where you get in that, maybe that's somewhere in that 40, 45, 48-ish territory. Teleo says Sam will get us $40 million with some fancy restructuring. Nice. Yeah, he might be the best story in the room. It's really between two guys that are pretty disappointing. And let's face it, Jacoby Brissett outperformed Murray last year. Murray's been riding on that number one overall pick reputation for a long period of time. Long period of time. His play has not matched it. Now, McCarthy might just be so awful that... But then did Murray win the job or did McCarthy just lose it? Yeah, Vikings are definitely missing Sam, man. As Catalyst says, got their GM fired. Telly says, rumor Schneider will bid for Sorsby. Why not, man? Why not? You've got the 2 third-round picks. You got 12 picks for the upcoming draft. John's talked a long period of time about wanting to get back to the Packer model at collecting quarterbacks. You know? And so maybe he feels like I'll take a 3rd-round pick for Sorsby, and then I can flip a Jalen Milroe for a 5th-round pick, and bingo, bango, boom. We're moving. We got motion. Scrolls says buy low, sell high. Not a bad way to go, man. Yeah, J.K. Dobbins in Denver. That was the name. Thank you, man. That's who I was trying to think of in Denver. I know you're OG. You're way past 20. You're way past 20. And I'm one of my patrons as well over on that side of it, Devo, man. Thank you for being not just your long-time support, but thank you for riding with me since day one, man. Back in the old days when we had just a collection of a couple people in here. Appreciate you, man. Oiler Titan losing Thuney had an adverse effect on Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. Yeah, I think it didn't hurt. I think, too, the tackle position got a little bit lesser on either side as well. It definitely reduced down some of the overall effectiveness of that crew. And Humphrey and Trey are still really, really good players, but there's some questions around that on the rest of the offensive line. Even their left tackle that they took last year that everybody's like, oh, this guy's definitely like... he got drafted late in the 1st round and he could be good, but it's still a TBD situation. My man looked like he weighed about 275 pounds in the last press conference he was at. You know, we'll see. Yeah, I could see the Chiefs miss the playoffs again, Cope. I think they got some legit holes on that team. Tyler says, I still love how everybody thinks Sean Payton didn't know about those ankles. He's lying. Everybody knew about B.O.'s ankles since back in high school. Yeah, I don't know if I ever buy, and with Payton, you take everything with Payton with a big, big measure of salt, don't you? Because that guy's he's talking. And it is one of those things from Sean's standpoint, Tyler. I don't disagree with you. I do stand back though and wonder with Sean, like, do you think that this reflects well on you then? Like this gets you out from the ankle gate because you can be like, you're playing it like Nixon. I didn't know that they broke in. Like it makes you look bad. Like you didn't do your due diligence as a coach to check with your medical staff about this guy's ankle. So it's like, it's kind of definition of Sean and how he's played some of these games. And he did with Russell Wilson too, where he's trying to do some of this psychological stuff that just kind of backfires and makes him look that much worse when he's trying to make himself look better, I guess. He's getting interesting in his elder age, Sean. Trapcat, yeah, if the O-line isn't doing too good for Mahomes, you got to think how much better will it be for K9? Yeah, well, you got the 2 pillars up there in Humphrey and Trey, definitely. But I think around those 3 guys, I think this is an offensive line that's going to leave them wanting again. And that they're going to come away out of this season. I think one of the things that's going to be the forefront of what they do into the next offseason is we got to address our offensive line and we got to get more playmakers for Pat on the outside. Or a dynamic tight end to replace Kelsey, you know. Those will be their pecking order. And that will be with them having defensive holes, by the way. Yeah, Quessy did some rough work to that Minnesota team, King. He earned that firing. Gallus, well, the Bears lost their starting all-pro center Drew Dahlman to suddenly retirement. Kind of an overlooked event. Joni Thuney was a good trade, though. He was. Joe's getting up there, though, Catalyst. 34 years old. So you lost your center and your left guard's getting kind of long in the tooth. Kendrick, I always wondered how it would look if NFL players acted like soccer players when they flop. Man, that would be hard to watch. It would be rough. Luckily, there's a level of seemingly pride that exists in this sport that I think kind of prevents these players from doing it. But, you know, the way you saw it really taking flight even in basketball, you know, with what the Thunder were doing in this postseason play, it's not a good look for sport. Players doing that type of stuff. It goes against the whole kind of spirit of the sport itself in certain ways. Trap Cat, I still stand my ground and say Jason Myers should have gotten the MVP instead of K9. Should I play you guys I got a little short drop in tomorrow. Let's play it for you guys, Trap Cat. In honor of Trap Cats, let's give you guys a little bit. I got a short drop in tomorrow that I put together. Let's see what you guys think. Myers, one of the best kickers in the, and you're having an all-time season for the position. You're Jason Myers, one of the best kickers in the NFL, and you're having an all-time season for the position. You're busting off 50-yard kicks and game winners like their old-school PATs from the 2-yard line. In 2025, you go on to break the NFL record for most points in a season. But like a boss, you aren't done. You go on the biggest stage of your life in the most important game of the year and make not one, not two, not three, not four, but a record-breaking 5 field goals without a miss. The team's got the game in hand, firmly in control, but you're feeling yourself. After the last field goal, you roll down on kickoff coverage and bring out the hit stick, sending the returner to the netherworld without a way to get back. A kicker handing out slobber knockers? Oh, yeah. You're not just a kicker. You are him. There you go. A little bit of Jason Myers love. Got to include in the Trap Cat, you got to include the slobber knocker at the end, man. He brought out the hit stick. No one thinks about the secret special teams, man. Or Titan, I heard TJ was going to the Cards like JJ did. I guess it's possible. That'd be a strange move for the Cardinals to make. Catalyst hard to follow at times. Glad Seattle's really done a good job eliminating dead money. You're in a great place, man. $500,000 of dead money, $28 million of cap space, a future. The cap is set up similarly where there's really no real super bad money on the books. Yeah, we got to make a lot of signings and we got to put a lot of people in tow, but it's more than possible to get it done. Yeah, shout out to JR Bob. I was one of those guys with the Catalyst raising my hand up as well, being like, I don't know if this guy's the right guy, but he did phenomenal work. Phenomenal work. Thank you, Brian, for reminding me. Please hit that like button, folks. If you're watching and liking what you're listening to, helps the channel out tremendously. Big time help on the channel. Jordan, the fact that Purdy's that high on the list is so funny. They went over that. I said last year, and you can continue to see it here, I think, with where he's at with this contract. Niners were negotiating against themselves at $3 million per year for Purdy. Like that was a lot. That was a lot. B. Skrilla, those numbers are insane. They are. And look, B. Skrilla, we are probably in a complete alignment in that quarterbacks are tremendously overpaid. And the blue collar quarterbacks, especially, not those guys, the creme de la creme. I ain't talking Mahomes, Stafford, I'm even Dak Prescott at $60 million is ridiculous, quite frankly. It is just where these numbers have kind of gone. And yeah. Baker making 34 million. That's where I want to be at. Yeah. And this is where I don't disagree with you, but then let's consider this, B. Skrilla. Right now, Tampa Bay and Baker are locked up in negotiations that are going nowhere because Baker's not asking for 40 million. Baker's not asking for 50 million. Baker's asking for $60 million in negotiations right now to show you where they feel like what they can demand and what they can ask for. Because remember with Baker, he signed that deal multiple years back. I'm with you, man. It's definitely an overpaid. And that's where I do have a price with Sam, where it is not going to be a blank check, even if you have a great season. There's a price I will pay up to, and I've got to build my rest of my roster around you. And you're going to need to acknowledge a little bit of that in these negotiations. Otherwise, I'm going to pivot. Yeah. And it would be almost doubling his money. It would. It would. But it's also doubling his money on the salary cap raising, right? It ain't the same dollar for dollar where you signed him at 2-3 years prior. We're talking about this being 3 years, basically half the deal, in that the salary cap is also risen by what? 40, 50, $60 million as well. So there's the inflation part of this that is a factor here too. And the reason you got the 30 million last time, Skriller, was because he had just the 1 year productivity. Now he gets to come back next year and saying, I've got this 3 years of this same productivity. It's just it's a different kind of math. Mac Jones is better than Kyler at the moment. And I don't like Mac Jones at all, but I'll take Mac Jones over Kyler all day, every day. He's the best option from Catalyst. How long does Jefferson have left on his contract? And wonder if he's finally going to get tired of being there. There were some signs last year of him starting to look a little bit disenfranchised. He signed it relatively soon, so he's to the point where they're getting close. They're probably still a year away from thinking even about this. He's got approximately about $40 million of bonus money that has to unwind off his contract immediately if they trade him right now. Even if they move him next year, you're still, I think, like $27 million of dead money they'd have to eat. You're going to have to give up a pretty big sum to go out there and get Justin after this year. But some team might. Brian, thanks for the killer stream, Sunday stream. Good night, y'all. Appreciate you, Brian. Have a good one, my man. Missing medicals versus Nepo baby. Don't know what's worse. Sean Payton's just, yeah. Sean says, Brando, how much can motion and blocking help the run game take another step? Well, I mean, motion can help in the run game to a degree, and that, you can create numbers games suddenly to one side of the field or the other, and that gives you a built-in advantage prior to the play to finding success. Motion is more about pre-identification of the defense. Is it zone? Is it man? I think that there's less about setting up the blocking stuff with that, because that just kind of comes down to pure man on man, mano, type stuff. I think that the run game takes a step forward by the continuity factor. Having guys that are, again, all the starters returning for the first time in forever, all the backups returning for the first time in forever, all getting to have another year to work together. That this is a blocking system that is not one about being old school tough and that you just whoop your man's ass in front of you. It's a blocking system that's about timing and that's working together, and that takes repping out. That takes time after time after time for you to perfect that. And so having another year like that with all those factors at play will definitely just in itself make it naturally better. Where do I rank the Giants D line? I don't even know if it's a top 15 unit, to be honest with you. I mean, Shelby Harris, DJ Reader, Darius Alexander. Okay, that's your interior line. I know everyone's going to get cut up on their edge group with Brian Burns, Arvell Reese, and, Thibodeau, Carter. I get that, but Carter didn't do a lot last year. So, you're still kind of wondering what you got in him. He had 4 sacks and 43 tackles last year. I mean, that's fine. Thibodeau's definitely been up and down. He had 1 year and then he's been kind of quiet aside from that 1 year. Arvell Reese is a rookie. Brian Burns is legitimate, but it's probably like a top 13 unit, top 15 unit, but I don't think it's world beaters. It's a lot of potential right now. It's a lot of kind of theory. Our kicker don't trap. Our kicker don't trip. He hit. Dak's been the most overpaid for the last 10 years. Well, that's the problem with the Cowboys waiting to pay him through that 4th year, Beast Gorilla, Corey, Brando, I don't get NFL teams not putting any emphasis on special teams. They can flip a game in seconds. Agreed. I think it's just the empty spot that teams exist in that it's easy for them to end up not paying attention to it. And I think that as well, you have the finite amount of resources to utilize and you're looking for the places where you can go a little cheaper. Where can I save a little money here, save a little money there to make these things better? And I think a lot of teams have, you mentioned the word emphasis or choices of saying that, how important is it that this, let's just get by here. Let's make these things dominant and then we'll get by here. And I think that that's a method of thinking that's applied in a lot of different generations of football teams and coaches. And it's a little bit of one of those like tropes that coaches fall into. That's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. And it's very true. So I don't get it either, but it's one of those places where I'm glad my team is really doubling down, going the opposite direction, because it then becomes the market opportunity when no one else is picking it up. It's like free food on the table. Yeah, $60 million for Baker. He ain't getting it. But he's asking for it. He's having the cojones to walk up to the negotiation table and say, hey, this. Or tight end Cam Ward, $12 million a year is where I'm at. Got to maximize that rookie salary, man. I don't know why the Niners did it, Mace. I would have made him play out another year of his rookie contract. What was he going to do? Hold in? Who else was going to give him $53 million? Who else was looking to make him their starting quarterback with his injury history? It didn't make sense at the time. It makes less sense now. And I think sometimes teams negotiate against themselves, I think. And I think they did there. Yeah, the Rams lose multiple times last year, Corey, but back to this cliche. What do they do this offseason to rectify that? They make multiple signings of cornerbacks. They make the big move for Myles Garrett. Nothing for special teams. Just again, that even though it should be slapping Sean in the face at this point, right? Even though it should be as clear to him as somebody standing right in front of him like this, ignored. I've got $60 million day in Baker. He's up. Baker's bold. Baker's bold. Catalyst, I just hate the current quarterback market. We're severely handicapping proper roster construction and team building at this point. Agreed. It's a bunch of lazy-ass general managers that are hoping for a quarterback to save them from having to make individual smart decisions all the way down the line. And it's not, I don't think it helps the sport. I don't think it's good for the sport. I think it's good for locker rooms. I would like to see a quarterback salary cap, personally. Baker says next 5 years, the starting price for quarterbacks is going to be $50 million. Probably thinking how much Darnold will actually get. Yeah. It's where it goes, man. Yeah, you touch on 3 guns deep. Sounds like Pete Carroll with the offensive line. We can get by with these guys. Bingo. There's going to be a place in your team you're going to tend to have to pick to go a little lighter on for the most part, unless you're just so filled up to the brim with young players on rookie contracts. And Carroll, of course, did put a maximization on special teams. I'm willing to spend money on my punter. I'm willing to spend money on my kicker. I'll have guys on this roster that we're even giving money to, like a Nick Ballore, who are special teams specialists. But that there was the place you chose on your roster to go light because you wanted to have the good defense and you were spending money on Russell Wilson and you wanted to have skill position players you give money to as well. And so you went light on the line. That was your choice you made there, but you got to be careful. You don't want to make the limited spot on your team, the place you're going to go cheaper on, the place that's got to be of vital importance. When is the supplemental draft going down? I think it's the next couple of days, I think, Kendricks. Oh, no. July 16th. Wow, that's a ways out. Good hire. New hire is good enough for McVay, let's be honest. Have a good one, Maze. Appreciate you. Jalen Milroe's got a lot to prove this year. I think by the end of the year, team's going to be taking an assessment of him and where are we at with this guy? Has he made those leaps? Has he made those jumps? I think he does get through all of this year to make the leap. But this is the year now where you're giving a little bit of the 2-year timeline to develop here, Jalen. And now you need to develop. Yeah. All right. We will, excuse me, sorry. Put a bit of a button on this at that point as we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in. Boy, you guys had me long tonight. Chat was rocking. We still have over 200 people on in the chat here tonight. I really do appreciate you guys for tuning in. If you can for me, hit that like button as it does help out the channel tremendously on that front of things. Trapcat says, love how the Rams got so afraid of Rashid. Every kickoff to us became a touchback. They gave us no attempts to run it back. It's the side of this that is the part that you tilt the room on, is that if I can draw you as a team to end up putting us up at the 35-yard line, snap in and snap out because of that fear, I'm still getting the benefits of that grade A returner, aren't I? I'm still starting every drive out. I'm still starting that drive out at that point where a couple first downs get me to a bare minimum field goal. And then I can almost count on snap in and snap out, drive in and drive out, getting those points on almost every single drive. And then it just becomes a thing where we're just inundating you with points. It's not that we've got touchdown here, touchdown here. It's just that there's constant points being put up on the board because the offense is getting the sustained drives, the special teams units putting you out far down the field to be in a position to generate that. And then you have the kicker and a guy like Jason Myers who can hit the 50-yarders, who can crush those long kicks if you only got a couple first downs after that kickoff win into the end zone. This is that formula I talk about that is so important to our process and what has really helped us to be so dominant last year. It all goes together. It all goes together. All right, folks. Well, we are going to call it on this note. Sean says, Brando, can you explain why Max Strong is such a good fullback? It felt like in that era, Lorenzo Neals, et cetera, were better than the era before and after. I think there were some good fullbacks before. I think fullbacks in prior generations had been a bit more utilized in what they did with running the ball and their ability with their legs, and that era of fullbacks in the early 2000s, that became hyper concentrated on really, you just need to be a hammer in the hole. And that you then drove to a certain type of guy that was essentially just going to be an absolute just hammer. He may have hands of stone. He may be nothing much as a running back. He may have no wiggle to him, but he is going to absolutely crush middle linebackers in the hole. And so it was more of, they were a certain type of how they were built at that time. Mac was built this way. You had no neck. You were just all basically muscle, bricked up, just a solid mass. And so it was really about the type. But I mean, if you go back in the late 80s, a guy like John L. Williams, for instance, was way more skillful as a player than a Mac Strong, a better player even than Mac Strong. Mac had a longer career. Mac was more dominant as just a pure blocking fullback, but different eras asked different things from the same position. Thank you, Space. Have yourself a great night. Appreciate you, man. And if you guys can for me on the way out the door tonight, hit that like button if you can. Knock on that like button. It helps out this channel. I know I ask you guys to do it a lot, but it does help out the channel tremendously. It's really much appreciated on this side of it. If you get subbed up as well, if you're not subbed up, also free, also helps out this channel tremendously. Big shout out again to the sponsor of this show, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the #1 sports app running the game today, and you can utilize this and utilize my code and get some money back in your account. You do a $5 lineup. $5 lineup here on the Mariners rolling right now. They'll put $50 in your account when you use my code HMA. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details, but they got a lot of great picks. You got the seasonal picks going on right now. They're on the site. Please do utilize that, as I know there are some limitations in Washington, but if you're in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the site in full. It's going to be a little bit of a quiet time here for us through the end of this month. We'll be bopping on here with another couple shows here, just in and out bit by bit. I'll get some shorts up on the channel as well to you guys on this. Also getting into some of the scouting here for the upcoming season as well for some of the prospects. So keep in tow on that. We'll just keep rolling through this off season as we're getting closer and closer to training camp. Appreciate all the suggestions on some show possibilities here for the future for you guys. And again, just really appreciate all of the great discussion here in the chat. Every time we go live, you guys are always rocking and rolling, and you're always you're bringing the energy, bringing the juice, and making me laugh, and just making this a fun time every time I get to go live. So we will be back here soon again. We'll be taking a little bit of this in and out shows here over the next couple weeks or so, but we're getting close. Training camp is just around the corner. And as I said at the start of this show, I'm looking at these teams in historical perspective, and those teams that have gone out there and gotten to a Super Bowl and then gone back-to-back and winning Super Bowl back-to-back. I think the Seattle Seahawks, if you're going down the checklist of the very specific items that they share in commonality, these teams, and those teams shared with each other, they've got it. They've got almost every single button item that you can lock up. A couple question marks in there that are sort of TBD, but simply the fact that there are so many common items between you and those great teams of old, just one more reason to feel very confident about this team and its possibilities, its potential to go out there this year and repeat. It's going to be fun to see if it happens. And you should be hyped up. You should be hyped to the moon. You got the best team in football. You are the repeated champions, or the potential repeated champions. They're all coming for you. You are the big dog on the block. You got teams making crazy trades, chasing after you. Meanwhile, you're sitting in the cut. You're sipping on some iced tea. You're getting ready to lock it up again. So I hope you guys are locked in. I hope you're ready for this upcoming season and the repeat that is incoming. But just in case you're not, let me remind you, don't you ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.